Hello, my name is Maxine McCoy, founder and CEO of GAMS Unlimited Career Coaching and also Levelist Women Succeeding. We help individuals with two particular areas. First of all, we help them to discover their innate abilities. Yes, these abilities help them to identify their purpose and who they are from their core. Once you know who you are, you're able to articulate, communicate exactly what you are, the value that you're going to bring to an organization. It helps you to focus on your career strategy, or if you decide that you want to become a business owner. We do it three ways. Discover your innate abilities, the ones that you were born with that no one had to teach them to you. Then after you understand that, design a blueprint, a career, a life blueprint for yourself, and develop opportunities so that you know exactly what you're going for. So one of the things that we do is also Levelist Women Succeeding. Oh my gracious, Levelist Women Succeeding is all about empowering those professional women to stand up, stand out, take control of their career so that you are invited to the executive table, to take a seat at that executive table. Okay, so they don't invite you. You create your own executive table and take it from there. The other thing that I do is I'm proud to also serve as the 2020 Scholarship Chair for the Black Business Expo. I have been assisting them for the last 3 years in this capacity. Absolutely love it. You know, I invite you to join us for the 12th annual Black Business Expo. This is an opportunity for you to get inspired and to ignite your entrepreneurship spirit. That's right. So it's a little bit of everything for everybody. Not only are we going to have vendors and expert business subject matters, they're going to be talking about seminars and workshops. It's going to be great networking. And above all, it is a virtual 24 hours free seminars, workshop, networking. There's no reason for you not to attend. There's reason for you not to be able to see all of the great things that are going on. And invite a friend, invite coworkers, invite your family, invite the community, invite other people around the world because it's virtual. It's 24 hours, 5 days, starting November the 9th through November the 15th. There's something for everyone. Everyone. It's going to be on Facebook. Facebook. Why not use technology? That's what it's here for. And we want to be able to use it so that we can help everyone around the world to see everything that we're doing right here. Now, this year is going to be different. It's going to have a lot of great surprises. So that's one of the reasons why you want to look at the agenda to find out what time things are happening, who's speaking, what you need to be attending. If you're a business owner, how you're going to be doing the networking to make sure that you are not only meeting individuals, but scheduling opportunities to follow up and come back and have a conversation with them. That's right. We're going to have government perspectives, inclusion speakers, diversity and inclusion, marketing your small businesses. I mean, there's so much great information that's going to be here. 7 days of education, inspiration, motivation, connections, networking, sales. You're going to have fireside chats, seminars, workshops, corporate presentations, organizational presentations, government information, entrepreneurship presentations. Anything you think you need to know, you will find it here at this expo. So tell everybody, tell your friends, and so forth. Here we have Dr. Eric Kelly III. Dr. Kelly is advancing his legacy, his mother's legacy, and his grandmother's legacy. Now, they instilled in him what? Believing in yourself. And that's what Dr. Kelly does. But he doesn't stop there. He also believes in the business owners, the adults, but his heart is also there for the youth. So one of his why is helping the youth in order to become entrepreneurs. That's right. And he's transforming generations by doing this, because when we touch one child and that child goes back and help their siblings or help the family and tell the family what's going on, then it is transforming generations. He doesn't stop there. His success is because of hard work. He is a product of someone who was granted an opportunity to go to school on a scholarship. That's right, a scholarship. He recognized and realizes that that scholarship was the beginning of the transformation of his life, the journey that has put him on the journey that he's on now, wanting and willing to give back to help others. Yes, he pulls others along with him. It's not just a one size fits all. He believes in helping others and spreading his knowledge and sharing his heart with not only the youth, but the community and the adults and around the world. Around the world. So this expo is big. It is not only big, it's humongous. It is unprecedented. It is something that has not probably happened yet to this day, and that is going to be taking place 24 hours for the next 5 days, November the 9th through the 15th. From 8 in the morning around the clock. It will not stop until the 15th is over. So there is no reason for you not to come and be a part of this expo. There is something for everyone, like I said. There's so many opportunities here for you to be able to be a part of it. Dr. Eric Kelly and myself, along with all of the other vendors and speakers, we're going to have over 80 speakers worldwide. Worldwide. That's right. Global, international. Although the headquarters is here in Durham, North Carolina, but the reach is worldwide. So why would businesses even want to attend this expo? Well, first of all, it's, for you, the general public, is free. There's no cost. Wait a minute. Did I say free? I said free. All it's going to cost you is your time to take time out of your day to select the workshops, the seminars, the networking event, the fireside chats, the mastermind groups, all of these great opportunities for you. Don't miss it. Don't pass it up. So, why do businesses attend? On the screen, I have showing you the scholarships, showing you information that over 300 plus businesses, corporations, and even more than that have signed up. We are going to be, our objective is to be able to give 10 scholarships to deserving high school entrepreneurs or seniors. That's right, 10. Those 10 will receive a laptop up to $5,000. A laptop up to $5,000. This is our way of helping and ensuring that our youth have an opportunity to start that college degree or entrepreneurship. And we're going to talk about some areas in which they can focus on. Education. Over 20 plus businesses, critical workshops that's going to be taking place here. And they're going to be participating in meetups, breakout sessions, chat rooms, so that you can build some of those one on one relationships, talking to corporate influencers, decision makers. You're going to be talking to those who will help with grants. If you're unsure how to create a grant or to write a grant, you have someone here that will help you to understand all of the steps involved in completing that grant. Because the whole objective, we want you to be awarded that grant. Then the networking opportunities, speed networking, which means have your elevator speech ready, which means know what it is you want someone to be able to help you do. Know what it is you need help on and how you can help someone. It's a give and take. It's a two-way street here. You know, we're giver and we take, and we also help others to bring us along the way. Then you got, well, business cards. You can do virtual business cards. You can do chat. You can put all your contact information in a chat. You can put your uh, social media handles, LinkedIn, Facebook, if you are YouTube, if you're Instagram, you want to make sure you have all of that information ready to go. So should someone ask you or an opportunity presents itself, you are ready. James Brown said, if you stay ready, there's no reason to have to get ready. So that's something else that you can do. And then we have the, you find vendors and you find the different workshops. So are you passionate? Do you know your purpose? Have you created your personal business plan or your personal vision statement? Have you created a strategy for yourself? If you're unsure of how to do some of the social media, some of the technology that's going on, this is a place to be able to understand all of that. So did I say free? Let me say that again. Free is free. There's no charge for you to attend this expo. Again, headquartered in North Carolina, but hosted virtually so that we can reach the world. It's all about making connections. It's about the seminars and workshops that have been designed for you in mind. All of the things have been taken into consideration, whether you're a small business owner starting out or been in business for several years, need help with a particular certain area, you will be able to find it right here at the expo. At the expo. And then there's a membership offer. So we don't just stop there. So if you'd like to become a member, there's a membership offer for you to gain insight and visibility. Not only that, when you do come to the expo, there are so many things that you're going to get after the expo. You know, the contact list of all those who attended, the vendors, and that information so that you can make those necessary connections. So let's transition a little bit here. And this is where we're going to start talking about what the why we're doing what we're doing. The Black Business Expo main focus is to create money or to have donations, gifts of kindness, so that we can present these scholarships to our deserving seniors and entrepreneurs. That's right. So let's talk just a little bit about it. Our focus is on targeting learning, networking, building value through new business relationships. You know, we must help our youth understand that building relationship is so critical. Networking is a key to building those relationships as well as follow up. So there are so many areas that we can talk about when it comes to networking and building relationships. But one of the things would be, I need your help along with the Black Business Expo.
Greetings. Welcome to day 2 of the Black Business Expo USA Olympics. My name is Dr. Dennis Rogers, and Eric Kelly is on the way, and we're having our first guest this morning to bring you knowledge and insight you need to be successful in business. Let's bring on Dr. Sandra Williams, President and CEO of WMS Corporation. Good morning, Dr. Williams. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Very well. The Black Business Expo audience is here and anxiously awaiting your presentation. And so we'd like to turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So it is indeed a pleasure to be here. I want to say good morning. Good morning, doctor. I watched your presentation yesterday and took lots of notes. Thank you.
Excellent. As am I about to pull out my notebook, and take notes from you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here amongst Black businesses and to be able to teach in terms of bringing what I'm bringing today. Now, I am actually doing a presentation on a component of the actual information that was on the actual title, because my actual title is The State of Black Businesses, Advertising and Marketing, Philanthropy, and Entrepreneurship. And you could literally teach a university class on that particular topic. So I'm doing something as a component of that. I'll give you a little bit about myself as I go through the presentation, as opposed to doing it up front. I like to kind of use my my experiences, my background, that sort of thing, as a part of the presentation. So let me start with when you ask someone. When I think about, what is the main thing that when someone is starting a business, has been in business quite some time, or maybe a short period of time, been in business a little bit longer, maybe 3 to 5 years, or regardless of how long you've been in business, what is one of the main things that we see that people need? And it is ongoing. And this is something that when I started business, I didn't really know that I needed. Thankfully, I started my business before I left my full-time job. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that just a second, and by way of a little bit of an introduction. I am currently the CEO and owner of WMS Corporation. WMS Corporation has different components to it, but the major component of what I do is professional development for African American women. And this professional development is focused on life, it's focused on leadership, and it's focused on legacy, meaning preparing you for the next level that you like to go in terms of your career or your ministry. So I work with women who are mostly mid-level or C-level or executive women who want to move up and want to be able to do more than what they're doing. They may want to start a nonprofit, or they may want to move to the next level on their job. They may want to be able to have a ministry or something, but they want to do more than they're doing now. And like I said, most of the women I work with are in management, in leadership, or either at the mid-level or C-level. And I also have programs for entry-level managers. And so the reason I started this is because I retired about 4 years ago. I retired as the senior vice president for all 58 community colleges in North Carolina. So I was in charge of the everything technical. So all the technology, I was in charge of all of the systems, the library systems, the student systems, financial systems, the academic systems, IT security. I was in charge of project management, distance learning. I had so much under that was in my area that I was responsible for. And it was responsible for that for all 58 community colleges across North Carolina. Now, I'll tell you, when I walked into that job, before that, I was a professor at NC State. I still have a professor ranking at NC State. And so before that, before I walked into the job, I really didn't know a lot about leadership. Now, I knew how to lead in small areas. Now, I knew how to lead teams. I knew how to lead different, like, I guess you would say projects or something like that. But when I was put in the position to be able to lead an organization that size, I realized there's so much I don't know. There's so much I don't know, and one of the things that I found that I needed then, and I've carried that through with everything I do, and that is I need someone or a network of people to be able to guide, to help me, to guide me, to be able to show me the things that I just don't know how to do. Okay. And so in doing that, one of the things I learned to form, and I still have them today, one of the things I learned to form is what I call my personal network. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. When I look across business, especially businesses that are starting up, businesses that are in like the 1 to 3 year kind of time frame, research shows that a lot of businesses fail between 1 and 3 years. And I have found that the reason because of that is because there's a missing component. And that is that personal network that you have and of people that guide you, that lead you, and that support you as you are in business. Okay. Just like right now, part of what my company does is I do that for individual business owners, for individual people who are mostly women, okay, who are in the world of work and want to move up, or business owners who want to add things to their business, or women in ministry, because I fit in all those categories. Okay. I have a career at the university. All right. I am a woman in ministry. I'm a minister, and I run an actual ministry, and also own my own business. Okay. So that's why I'm very specific about who I work with. So one of the things that I found that was missing in all of that is we network a lot. We network to get business. Okay. But we don't network to improve ourselves. All right. We don't network to be able to help ourselves and our own professional or personal development. And then when I began to look and see why is that? Because so many times when we start a business, we're so focused on learning to make money that we don't focus on learning to improve ourselves so that we can be the best that we can be in making money, in talking to others, in presenting ourselves, or whatever. Okay. So that's what I want to talk about today, that personal network. Now, I must tell you, a lot of us, when we think about personal networks, the first thing we think about is having a mentor. And I will tell you, having a mentor is great, but I want to go a step beyond having a mentor. So let's talk about that personal network. Let's talk about that network of people that you need as a business owner. So if you have a piece of paper, I want you to get, see, this one's got something on the back of it. Let me turn that over. I want you to just get a blank sheet of paper. I want you to get a blank sheet of paper, and I want you to do this for me. I want you to draw a line down the middle. Okay, just draw a line down the middle. So get a blank sheet of, and I'm a teacher. Okay, so I'm a teacher too. So being in the professorate, you always are always teaching something, right? So I want you to get a blank piece of paper. I want you to draw a line down the middle. If you can see that, it doesn't have to be neat, but I just need something on both sides. I need you to differentiate what I'm getting ready to share with you. Okay. Now I'm going to be putting some slides up, and you might want to take a screenshot because I'm going to go through these quickly so that you can know the kinds of people that you need here in your network. Thank you, Veronica. Good morning. It's glad to have you here. Hello, Dr. Summerfield. Good to see you as well. All right. So here's the big thing, y'all. And this is one of the things that I share with people all the time. And that is, if you're going to move up, okay, now this can be in any area of your life, you need your own personal network of people, of supporters. And that network of supporters has to have a specific reason for being in your network. Okay? They have to have a specific reason for being in your network. Now, some people call these people mentors. Some people call them sponsors. And we're going to talk about that. Those are the two areas that we're going to talk about today. That in your network, you have to have people who are mentors, and you have to have people that are sponsors. And you may say, well, Dr. Sandra, what is a sponsor? I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to give you a slide that I really want you to take a picture of in just a second. Now, here's what I want you to do with this sheet of paper. Okay. All right. Okay. Here's what I want you to do with this sheet of paper. I want you to write down on either side, doesn't matter what side, I want you to write down all the people that mentor you. Okay, right now. Okay, all the people that mentor you, all the people that you would call your mentor. Now, these could be people that you know, or they could be people that you don't know, but you listen to them and you hear them, and you read their books, or you listen to their podcast, or you watch them on YouTube, or whatever it is. But these are people that you know and that you don't know. Okay. So now the reason this is important is because I'm probably getting ready to shake that list up. I'm getting ready to shake that list up for you. Okay. Because so many times we have people that are mentors and they're good friends, but they may not be the person that you need at this particular season in your life in a particular area. Okay, so let me give you some foundational information. All right, so number one, every area in your life, okay, every area in your life, you need someone that's a part of that's in your personal network in every area of your life. Okay. So what do you mean by that? What I mean by that is that we have our physical selves, our emotional selves, our spiritual selves, our financial selves, I already said physical in terms of health. You have your professional self. You have your career. Some of you have ministry on top of that. Okay, so whatever areas that are a part of you, you need to have someone in your personal network that represents that area. Now, here's something that I just, when I see this, somebody will tell me, well, I have a mentor. Okay, well, let me shake something up for you a little bit. No one person can mentor you in every area of your life. No one person can mentor you in every area of your life. It just doesn't work that way. Okay, you have to have people that have the expertise, the experience, okay, in a certain area, so that they can mentor you, so that they can give you and support you and guide you in a specific area. It's just like this. Okay, would you go to let me think of something here. Would you go to a back doctor, okay, or an orthopedic, I guess you call them orthopedic surgeon, okay? Would you go to an orthopedic surgeon for an earache? Right? You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't go to an orthopedic surgeon if you had an earache. And I'm just trying to, I'm one of those people, y'all, that I just like to make sure that I'm looking right on camera. Okay. I'm one of those real people too. Okay. So there we go. So I just want to see to make sure I'm looking at you and not looking down. So I had to pull it up on my phone. All right. So again, would you go to an orthopedic surgeon, somebody that does bones and muscles and all that, for an earache? No. For an earache, you'd go to an ENT, right? So for the specific areas in your life, You need to have someone in your network that represents that. And I'm gonna show you the kinds of people, what those people need to be able to do for you. So here we go. So when you think about your life, think about your spiritual life, think about your financial life, and we'll just take three. We'll take spiritual, financial. Let's take professional development, which is your career. Okay, spiritual, financial, professional development, and health. Okay, let's just take those four. Now, most of us have many more areas of our life than those. Okay, so for your financial life, you need someone in your life that can help you with finances, help you with wealth. That person should be a part of your network, someone that you can pick up the phone and ask a question to about different things. Okay, I received a letter in the mail yesterday about something, about an investment, my husband and I, and the first thing we said was, not sure what this is. Let us call. All right, and we named our financial sponsor, I guess I should say. I don't want to use those words yet because I haven't gotten there, but we call the person who helps us with our finances and ask, what is this? Okay, so you have to have that person, because here's the thing. Now, think about spiritually. All right. Many of us have what we call spiritual moms, spiritual dads. Okay. That could be your pastor. That could be someone that's a friend that guides you spiritually. Okay. And just because someone is a mentor to you from a spiritual perspective does not mean they can mentor you from a financial perspective. Okay, that goes back to the back doctor versus the ENT, right? The orthopedic versus the ENT. Again, let's think about health. All right, I have a coach, someone who is literally a coach for me and coaches me through different health issues and things like that. All right, and so, but she's not my financial expert that's in my network. So you see, your network has to be composed of different people. So now what I want you to do on this paper is whoever you wrote down as your mentors on one side, I want you to write on the other side. You can draw a line, or however you want to do it, draw a line from that person's name. And on the other side, I want you to put down how that person mentors you. Okay, what is that person's level of expertise that you had on that side of the paper? What level of expertise are they bringing to your table? Okay, and I want to do this. I want to give you this piece of information. Then we're going to go to a slide. So all of us have a table. All right, you are a table. You are your own personal table. And again, your table is made up of spiritual, financial, emotional, physical, your career, your ministry, whatever components there are of you, your family, okay? Whatever components there are of you, those are the components that make up your table. And you have to bring people to your table that can add to and bring benefit to you. And that is your network. Okay, that is your network. So only you know what kinds of people need to be a part of your network. And so many times in business, and this is what I want to share with you. So many times in business, and I work with a lot of women, both from the ministry side, from the personal side, and from the corporate side. Corporations bring me in to work with their women leaders. Okay. And so many times in business, we bring to the table, or we look for people that can help us move forward in business. And when we do things that are great in our businesses, but then emotionally or physically or spiritually, we don't have someone that helps us in those areas. If you're going to be well balanced, you've got to have people at your table. You've got to have people in your network. Your network is that table. You've got to have people in your network that can help you in those areas. Okay, so now let me bring up my screen here. I'm not exactly sure. Say share screen. Hold on just a second. Let me do this. I think it's going to make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Okay. There we go. Now I've got it. So what you should be seeing, hopefully you are seeing something that says sponsor versus mentor. All right, there we go. And I hope you can see it. I'm going to change this to, well, I'm not exactly sure how you're seeing it. So I want to make sure that you're seeing the right thing. So it should say up there on your screen, it should say sponsor versus mentor. And hopefully that's what you're seeing. And so you're probably seeing my other slides on the side there as well. But what I want to do is I want to talk with you about the kinds of people that need to be at your table. Okay. And this is where a lot of business owners have mentors at their table in different areas. Oh, great. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you. Thank you. You see it. Great. Thank you. Okay. A lot of people have mentors at their table, but they don't have sponsors. Okay. You may have a mentor as a part of your personal network, but you don't have the sponsors. And you have to have both. You have to have both if you're going to be successful in business, if you're going to be successful in your career. This is something that as a C-level leader, and I was chief of technology and workforce development for the community colleges, at that C-level, you need this. You need both of them. Okay, so now let's talk about the difference. Let's talk about the difference in these two. Mentor versus sponsor. And again, this is something I want you to know, is that in every area, you need both of these. Okay. You need both of these in every area of your life. You know, I want to try one thing. I want to see if I put up, because I want you to be able to take a really good screenshot of this. This is very good information here. I want to see now, what are you seeing? Do you actually see the entire screen, or what are you seeing now when I actually have this up? Okay. That's better. That's much better. Great, great. Okay, so now, what is the difference between having a mentor and having a sponsor? This is what is so very important. Having a mentor versus having a sponsor. Now, I'm going to go through this very quickly because I can do a whole class on just this particular subject. I can spend 8 hours and walk you through each one of these and make sure that you have your network of these people set up for you. But what I want you to keep in the back of your mind is that I want you to look at your paper, and I want you to ask yourself, is the person that I wrote down, is the person really a mentor, or are they a sponsor? And then we're going to do one more, a little bit of an activity. And then I don't know if I have time for questions. Oh, thank you, Veronica. It looks full screen and you can see us. Great. So what I would ask you to do is to take a screenshot of this. Okay, this is an important slide. Take a screenshot of it, get it on your computer, print out so that you can start to build your network. Okay, so mentors versus sponsor. Mentors have mentees, sponsors have proteges. Okay, that's not really a big difference right there, right? Let's go down to the next one. All right. A mentor can be anyone in a position with experience that you desire, the mentee desire, that can offer advice and support. All right. So now mentors can be anyone in any position that you think can offer you advice and support. A sponsor, on the other hand, is a senior level staff member, senior level executive that's invested in your career success. All right, this is a different story because mentors may just give you advice, but sponsors are invested in your career, and you can put their career, you can put their ministry, whatever it is, but your career, your ministry, or your life success. Okay, let's look at the next one. Mentors support you through formal or informal discussions, and they talk about building skills, qualities, confidence, things for career advancement. Mentors talk about many different things. Sponsors, on the other hand, sponsors promote their proteges directly, using their influence and networks to connect them to high-profile assignments, people, pay increases, and promotions. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road right here. A lot of us have mentors who guide us formally and who talk to us. But look at your paper again and ask yourself, do the people on my list, do they connect me with their networks? Okay. Do they connect me with the people that they know? Do they go and especially if you're in a career, do they talk about for me pay increases and promotions? See, sponsors actually do this work. Okay. Sponsors actually, like for example, I have mentors in my career and I have sponsors in my career. And let me show you the difference. A mentor is someone, one of the ladies that's one of my mentors. I can call her, ask her anything, and she'll help me. She'll help me build my confidence. She tells me the skills, the qualities that I probably need for a particular a particular assignment. Okay, but a sponsor, on the other hand, a sponsor, and I have a sponsor for my career as well. A sponsor is the person that I'll receive an email from that says, Sandra, here is a particular assignment that I would like you to be a part of. And then she always says at the end, are you interested? Or Sandra, here is this person's in town this weekend, and I'd love for you to meet them. Can we do lunch? Okay. Sponsors connect you. Okay. Mentors guide you. Sponsors connect you. You must know the difference between the two. Okay. Because in business, we tend to have lots of mentors, but we don't have the sponsors. Let's go to the next one. All right. Mentors will help you craft a vision, a career vision. And the word is career is here, but keep in mind, this could be career, it could be life, it could be ministry, all the different areas of your life. It could even be your financial vision. Okay. But a mentor will help you craft it, but a sponsor will help you drive it. A sponsor will say, okay, you have on your career vision that you'd like to be able to get a federal contract. Well, a sponsor in that that has expertise in that area, a sponsor will contact someone they know that has a federal project that you could be a part of, and introduce the two of you and make it happen and work to make it happen. You see the difference? Mentors, sometimes they do that. And sometimes a mentor can be both a mentor and a sponsor. Okay, but most of the time, sponsors are different. Let's look at the next one. Mentors give suggestions on how to expand your network. Sponsors give you their active network connections, and they make the connections for you. Okay. I can't tell you, I operate in both worlds. I operate as a mentor and as a sponsor for the women that I work with. And in the areas that I work with women in their career, and I work with women in ministry. So there are women that I mentor. There are women that I sponsor, just depending on what they need from me. Okay. But the difference here is notice that mentees give suggestions, but as a sponsor, I connect you to the people that I know. Okay. Especially when I know that you're ready, willing, and able, okay, to be able to move at that level. The next one. Okay. Mentors provide feedback to aid in your personal and professional development. All right. Sponsors are personally vested in your upward movement. So sponsors do more than just provide feedback. What a sponsor is going to do is say, look, you need to work on this, or this is what I'm going to work on with you. All right. Now, what I'm giving you right here, I had a lot of mentors in over my 30-year career. I've been in business and my career for 30 years. And so I'm 57 years old now. So now I work with other people. But here's the thing that I want to share with you. I had sponsors, but I didn't know they were sponsors. I didn't realize that's what they were. Okay. Now I make sure that people understand the difference between the two so that you can begin to do differently with the two. And we're going to talk about that. And that's how I'll end the presentation. All right. Mentors offer insight on how you can increase visibility through finding projects and people. Okay. What a sponsor is going to do is they're going to champion you. They're going to maybe even put you up on their own platform. Okay. And they know your reputation. Sponsors expose you. A mentor may say, maybe you should look at this presentation to speak at, or something like that. A sponsor is going to say, look, I'm having a workshop and I want you to present, or I'm having a conference and I want you to present. Okay. Or a mentor would say, you really need to write a book. You've got some exceptional things that have happened to you. You've got some things that will be great to help others. A sponsor is going to say, you know what? I believe you need to write a book. Let's sit down and see how we're going to make that happen. Okay, a sponsor will pick up the phone and call someone and say, you know what, I've got a person who writes a book, who needs to write a book. And I don't have the expertise, but I want you to help them. That's how mentors and sponsors different. If you're getting this and if you're understanding this, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments whether or not you're getting this and you're understanding this. Okay. So now the last two here. Mentors offer insight on how you can increase visibility. Okay, we just did that one. I'm sorry. Last one. Mentors passively share unwritten rules. And this was a big one. Mentors passively share the unwritten rules for advancement in their organizations. Sponsors actively model it and involve you in experiences. Okay, so a mentor will share with you, you know what? You need to look out for this one. These are the expectations. They give you information. Wonderful. You need mentors in every area. But I want you to know the difference. That a sponsor is going to say, come on, I want you to go to this meeting with me. Okay. Or I'm getting ready to roll out a new project and I want you to stand with me, or kind of look over the shoulder with me as I do it so that you can learn the components of it. A mentor is going to tell you about it. A sponsor is going to help you to do it. Okay. And make sure you understand how to do it. Oh, great, Veronica. Thank you so much. Veronica says she's getting it. Great, great. And I will tell you, when you understand the differences of the people that are in your life, that everybody is not a mentor, and everybody in your life, or the people that you call mentors, that you call sponsors, and some of you may have sponsors, but they are not the same and they don't operate the same. And so many times in business, we confuse them and we expect a mentor to do things that a sponsor would, or we expect a sponsor to do things that a mentor would. Now, I will tell you that most of the time, sponsors are mentors, okay? Or they do mentoring components, I should say. Let me rephrase that. That sponsors usually do mentoring components, okay? But mentors may not have. And here's the thing, mentors may not have the network or the connection themselves to be able to do some of the things that a sponsor does. And that's why you need to understand, especially when you're in business, you really need to understand what a mentor can do for you versus what a sponsor can do for you. All right, so now let's go to this slide right here. Again, this is one that is a slide that sort of kind of gives you an overview where the mentor and sponsor overlap, which is what I was just saying. Both of them give advice, guidance. Both of them can make introductions. Both of them can give feedback. Okay. A mentor, on the other hand, to summarize this, is an experienced person that's willing to help you build your confidence, provide you as a sounding board, give you empathy, a shoulder to cry on, and expect very little in return. Okay. A sponsor, on the other hand, senior person who knows and believes in your potential and is willing to step out on you. Okay. I sit on the trustee board at Wake Tech Community College. And so the person who actually put me up for that board, she doesn't know me that well, but she knows my sponsor. She knows the person who has me under her wing as a sponsor. And when that position came open, then there was that conversation around, I know someone who would really benefit Wake Tech and who really helped that. Let me give you her name. And so that's what sponsors do. Okay, I sit on paid corporate boards, meaning there are 2 Fortune 500 companies, and I actually sit on their boards, and they actually, pay me to sit on their board. They pay me for the knowledge and expertise. Those just didn't happen. Those happened because there was a sponsor, a person in actually 2 people for those boards, 2 people in my life who are my sponsors. And they thought about me and they said, I know the perfect person. They called me, they made it happen. Okay. So now here's the thing I want you to understand. Sponsors are people who know what you're doing, know your level of integrity. They know that you're able, that if they say that Sandra Williams is going to, I'm giving you Sandra Williams' name and you can call her, they know what you're going to do. Sponsors don't have to question whether or not you're going to do the work, if you're going to show up on time, if you're going to get the work done. Sponsors already know that. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a sponsor for you. Okay. Sponsors encourage you to take risk and they have your back. And sponsors expect a great deal. They expect stellar performance and loyalty. That's another thing. My sponsors know that all they have to do is call me and I'm there. All they have to do is say, Sandra, I have this going on. I would love for you to speak at it. Okay. Most of the time I'm able to do it. If my schedule doesn't work, then we talk and see what else I can do. So you have to remember that mentors are awesome, and you need, as a part of your network, you need mentors in every area of your life. Let's go back to the orthopedic versus the ENT. You need financial mentors. If you're married, you need a mentor that can help you with marriage. Okay. My husband and I have been married 30 years, and you have no idea the number of couples that we've mentored. If you, like we talked about financial health, I have someone for me that's in that I consider my health mentor that gives me recipes. I'm not a very good cook. So it gives me recipes, ways that I can save time and that sort of thing. But from a business, from a career perspective, from a ministry perspective, you need sponsors in those areas. You need someone that can say, I know Sandra Williams, and I want you to I want her to be able to work on your project. She'll add value. She has this level of expertise. That's the kind of person you need, because that person advocates for you. Here's a big thing that someone told me about a sponsor. A sponsor advocates for you when you're not in the room. Okay. A sponsor can advocate for you when you are not in the room. Thank you so much, Dr. Summerfield. Thank you so much. All right. A sponsor advocates for you when you are not there. So now, here's another thing I want you to understand. You may not even have a personal relationship with your sponsor. Your sponsor may be someone that you know just professionally. Okay. And I have sponsors that are that way. So that's why this is important. Everywhere you go, wherever you're doing business, however you're doing business, you need to do it not just so that you can get the current contract or the current job or get the current bid. You need to do it for future, because you never know. And this is something that I learned, and this is how actually one of my sponsors came to be, is that you never know that the person that you're working with today is going to be your sponsor tomorrow. Okay, it's going to be someone to sponsor you in another area on tomorrow. Okay, so let me just run through these really quickly. Mentors talk with you. Sponsors talk about you. Okay, mentors talk with you. Sponsors talk about you. Again, when I took the job from being full-time professorate to working as a senior level executive for community college, the person who was the president of the community college, he called one of my colleagues, one of my professor colleagues, and says, you know what? This young lady named Sandra Wall Williams was recommended to me for this vice president position, and I don't know her. What do you say about her? And you have to remember, when I got the job at community colleges, the president who hired me did not know me. Okay. And most people, that doesn't happen. You have to know somebody to get to that level. So he didn't know me, but he knew a sponsor. He knew one of my sponsors, and my sponsor got on the phone and just talked about me. I didn't know all this. I was in Oklahoma when this was going on. I was in Oklahoma presenting at an adult education conference when all this was going on. But my sponsor was talking about me. And then I had a 16-year C-level career, and I learned so much. And that's what I use now to work with women, who want to move up in their calling, in their career, in their ministry. Okay. So you have to remember that. Let's look at the next one really quickly. Mentors skill you up. Okay. Mentors help you skill up. Sponsors will help you move up. Okay. Mentors will help you skill up, and sponsors will help you move up. All right. And then the last one, mentors give you perspective. Sponsors give you opportunities. Again, there is nothing wrong with a mentor. I will say this over and over. You need mentors in every area of your life. No one person can mentor you in every area. So you need your network, okay, your table, your network, whatever you want to call it. You need to bring people into that network that can mentor you. But as a person in business, as someone who wants to move up in their career, as someone who may want to expand your ministry, you need sponsors that will give you opportunity. Now, as a woman of God, I've got to throw this in there. I heard someone say yesterday, or talk about this, that I'm always going to tell you that before you bring somebody on or you ask someone to be a sponsor or a mentor, pray about it. Okay. Make sure that that person fits you. Okay. Because people know that if you ask Sandra Williams to come and speak for you, whether it's corporate or whether if it's in ministry, it's not an issue because we're ministering, right? But people know that if I'm coming to speak, then I'm bringing who I am. I'm bringing the ministry me. I'm bringing the professional me. I'm bringing the corporate me. I'm bringing the career Sandra. All that's coming to the table. So in a corporate presentation, you may hear me. My sponsors know that I may say a Bible verse, but they know I'm not going to say the scripture, the book and the scripture, but they know that I may quote the Bible. My sponsors know that about me. So people need to know who you are totally, and they have to be comfortable with that so they can present you and give you opportunities for future. All right. So now here's what I want you to do. Okay. Here's what I want you to do. Take a screenshot of this. Take a screenshot of this one. Okay. Because this is going to be, and I want you to, I use the word personal mentoring network, but I changed this and I did not update this slide. I apologize for that. I need you to take out the word mentoring, just scratch through the word mentoring, and that should say your personal network, your personal network. So now, in the first column, notice it says area I need a mentor. Okay. Area I need a mentor. And so because mentors are easier to get than sponsors are. Okay. Mentors are easier to get than sponsors are. Some of you may be thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, this woman is talking about sponsors. I've never even heard of it. More or less talking about I have one. Okay, I actually have a sponsor. But sometimes your mentors can start out as mentors and they move as sponsors once they get to know you. Okay, so what area do you need a mentor in? This is one I did for some postdocs at a university. I was working with some people and working with these postdocs. And postdocs are not students. They have their doctorate degree, but they're not a full-time professor yet. So I was working with them to move up into the full-time professorate. So the next steps after a postdoc is the example I gave them. And then I said, who's the person you're going to ask to mentor me? Okay, I put my name in there. Okay, here's the key. What is the date I'm going to contact this prospective person? What is the date I'm going to contact this prospective person to mentor me? And then what is a prospective mentor response? Once you contact them, are they going to say yes? Did they say yes or no? And then you have to ask yourself the question, is this person a potential sponsor? They may be, they may not be. Okay, they may or may not be. Okay, and if they're not, be real with yourself and say no so that you won't expect them to be a sponsor. Most people that don't know you are not going to sponsor you. Okay. Some of my sponsors have known me over 10 years. I have one sponsor that I just met 3 years ago, but we clicked so well that he just automatically began to sponsor me. Okay. Dr. Somerville says, we'll work on that today. Thank you so much for an inspiring, powerful, and informational presentation. Wonderful. I don't even know how much time I have left, but if you have any questions, I'm not sure if I can get questions from this or not, but if you have any questions, please let me know. But here's the thing I want to, all right, let me see, how do I stop sharing? Okay, I think I'm not sharing anymore. Hopefully it's just me that you see on the screen now. Okay. All right. So now, what do you need to do? What do you need to do? You need to know who your mentors are, know who your sponsors are. Okay. Know who your mentors are and know who your sponsors are. Okay. For those of you that I'm chatting with over here, can you tell me how much time I have left? Can you tell me how much time I have left? I need to know how much time I have left because I'm not actually sure. So I'd appreciate that if you could let me know that over in the chat. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so I want to summarize, just give you a little bit of a summary. We talked about that every area in your life, you need a mentor. Okay, you don't need a sponsor in every area of your life, but you do need a mentor in every area of your life. Okay, now here's something I'm going to shake it up a little bit more for you. In some areas of your life, like your business, like your career, and even in ministry, you may need a paid mentor. Okay, I actually am a paid mentor. Like I said, women pay for my expertise. Companies pay me to bring me in for expertise, that sort of thing. You may need a paid mentor. Now, a sponsor is not necessarily somebody you pay, because a paid sponsor is like a headhunter. Okay, a sponsor is not somebody that you necessarily pay, but for that level of expertise, you might have to look for someone like that. You may have to pay for their time. But I will tell you, when I got that realization, that's when my career actually started going to the next level. Okay, that's when my career actually started going to the next level. You know, I'm going to check. Let me look and see if there are any questions, because I can actually look. If you have any questions, I've got about 3 minutes left, I believe. So if you have any questions, please put the questions. If you have a question, please put them in the comments, and I can actually see those here on Facebook. I am excited to be able to have had the opportunity. I thank Dr. Kelly and his team for giving me the opportunity this morning to talk about mentorship versus sponsorship. Because one of the things that I've seen is that businesses fail because they have mentors, but they may not have a sponsor in their business. Okay, same thing for careers. And here, let me give you this example. I had one of my clients, and she was the best at what she did. I mean, she was the best at what she did. She knew her job. She could do her job. She was great at what she did in terms of sales and some other things that she was doing, had the high dollars and high amounts that she was bringing in. But then one day, her vice president asked her for a meeting. She goes into the meeting thinking she's going to get a promotion. And you know what she got? Fired. Okay. She got fired because she knew the business. She knew the business, but she did not have the personality and some other things that went along with that to cultivate and to nurture people that she needed to be able to cultivate and nurture as a part of her job. Now, here's the difference. A mentor can help you and tell you about that you need those things. But a sponsor will watch you, and a sponsor will say, you know what? You're lacking in some areas. Let me teach you this. Let me show you this. Let me watch me, follow me. Okay. The women that I literally sponsored that were, and I didn't even know I was sponsoring them at the time, but the women that called me their mentor and their sponsor. Okay. Those women, I literally had them working with me, whether it was in ministry or whether it was in my career, but they knew that they had to watch me, work with me, that sort of thing. So now I want you to go back to your list. Go back to your list. And as part of your homework, I'm a teacher, y'all. I'm called to be a teacher at heart. I love it. As part of your homework, I want you to determine Who are the people that are your mentors? Who are the people that are your sponsors or potential sponsors that you already have in your network? Start with the network you already have, and then you can expand it if you need to. I would love to connect with you. I'd love to connect with you either on Facebook, Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, on LinkedIn. It's Dr. Sandra Wall Williams. Okay. And so, here's a question. Veronica says, I was just asked to be uh, a paid person for someone I mentor. She has a private consulting practice. She would like to start paying me for the time I spend guiding her with the practice in human trafficking. Yes. Would this still fit as a mentor with the paid aspect? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But Veronica, there are pieces that you need to have in place. Okay. When you talk about being a paid mentor, now you're talking about the expectations are higher. So there are some pieces, some programmatic pieces, some contracts. You just don't mentor. You want to have somebody sign a contract with you about what their expectations are and what your expectations are. Okay. So why don't you connect with me on Facebook or LinkedIn? And I can show you some of those kinds of things. So please connect with me on Facebook, connect with me on LinkedIn, Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, or please feel free. I send out information every week to my email list, and you can get on that email list from Dr. Sandra Speaks. DrSandraSpeaks.com. DrSandraSpeaks.com. Please go there. I have thoroughly enjoyed this presentation. I love teaching, as you can tell, right? I love teaching. I love to be able to help women go much further. Oh, she says, thank you. She did ask how much I would like as far as pay, but I had no clue. Veronica, Miss Hardy, that is a totally different teaching topic. But let me tell you this, what you have to do is what value are you giving her? That's where you get into the specifics of paid mentoring. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much. I didn't know you were here. Thank you. Thank you. That's where you get into the specifics of being a paid mentor. How much is your time worth? Are you mentoring her by the hour, or are you taking her through a program? Because that's two different mentoring. That's two different mentoring. Oh, Ryan, you're so sweet. Ryan says, I've been a wonderful mentor for him. Yes, that's a different story. Ryan, you and I can talk about that all night long. Ryan Ray, who is the CEO of, I don't want to get the company wrong, Ryan, so I won't call it. You can put the company that you're CEO for up there. And Ryan, he and I have gone back and forth. I've mentored him. He's mentored me. All right. I'm a sponsor for him. He's a sponsor for me. Okay. So we go back and forth in that. But yes, if you are, okay, thank you. If you want to look at how much, then that's a whole different kind of conversation, depending on the services that you're offering. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you, Dr. Jobs for Life. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan is the CEO of Jobs for Life. All right, great job. I will connect with you. Thank you, Miss Williams. I look forward to hearing from you. Please connect with me. Facebook, LinkedIn. Go to my DrSandraSpeaks.com. Get on my email list. Thank you, Dr. Summerfield. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. So, those of you that are in the back. I don't know exactly how to turn off or what to do next. So you're going to have to let me tell you. Oh, so someone asked me, excellent presentation. How do you reach me? You can reach me either on Facebook, Dr. Sandra Wall Williams. You can reach me on LinkedIn, Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, or sign up to be a part of my email list, and I'll get you there, which is DrSandraSpeaks.com. Okay, so there's Dr. Kelly. Hey, Dr. Kelly, thank you so much.
Good
Thank you
morning.
so much.
Awesome job. You know, you're just so awesome. Thank you for working with us as we work with you. You know, I sat there and listened to your talk, and I was sitting here thinking to myself, where has this lady been all of everybody's life? Great job. Great job.
And so y'all can know, Dr. Kelly is both a sponsor and a mentor. I can't tell you the number of people he sponsors. Okay, so he's an example of someone who fits both categories.
Well, thank you so very much. And we're right at 9 o'clock, so we're going to move on to the next spectacular lady. a lady who's been in the NBA associate WNBA, that, of course, and that is none other than Fran Harris. She's an NBA champion with the Houston Comets. And you know, for those who know anything about the Houston Comets, they rocked and roll. Her NCAA team was undefeated, 34-0 in 2010. You know, she's an ESPN announcer. Boy, I tell you, she's appeared on the Today Show, Good Morning America, CNBC, CNN, the Oprah Radio Network, NPR, and the list goes on and on and on and on. You know, I can keep going, Fran. You know, I can keep going. And when I reached out to her, I want to tell a quick story before she gets on to talk about her topic. I reached out to her, and you know, when I reached out to her, she was I guess she was wondering, who in the world is this guy reaching out to me, and why is he reaching out to me? And people don't use the internet. I use the internet, and you know, when I reached out to her, I was looking for a URL, and it was called Black Business University. And I put it in, I typed it in, and I was, because I'm a guy, I know about the internet, so I was like, I got to see if anybody got it. And I typed it in, and I didn't find it, so I said, okay, let me type it in, the URL in. I typed it in, and there was Fran Harris, and I say, great, she's a perfect lady to have the university. Good morning, Fran. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Go ahead and tell the people what you're all about. And of course, she is with Fran Harris Enterprises. And she's going to talk about how to raise capital for your business.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Eric Kelly. So happy to be here. Congratulations to you, sir, on continuing this great tradition of the Black Business Expo. I salute you for that, and I appreciate you for inviting me into the party, because it is about to be a party. The first thing I want y'all to do is to smash that share button. Share the love. Make sure people know about the Black Business Expo. Make sure people know about what you're currently doing right now, whether you're watching this live or in replay. Smash that share button and share the wealth and share the love. That is the most important thing that you could do. I want to start today by reading a quote that really epitomizes my life and how I live my life, and how I would encourage you to think about living your life. You've heard this quote by a guy named Rob, I think it's Sultanen. It says, here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do. That's how I live my life. I am encouraging you to join me on this crazy adventure of life and change the world. Whatever space you work in, real estate, ministry, let's band together to make sure we're doing our part to change the world for the better. So I'm going to jump right into the presentation, and I want to make sure that you guys, if you have questions, if you can save those to the end, just put those in the chat box, and we will make sure we save some time for that. So let's get to sharing my screen, because we're getting ready to talk about how to secure the bag, how to raise capital. That's what this is all about today. All right. I am now, everybody smash it. Let me know in the chat box if you can see my screen and what you're seeing, because I want to make sure that you can actually see just the first part, just my presentation. Let me know. All right, let me know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, which is literally just my presentation, or are you seeing a whole bunch of stuff? Can't move forward until I know that you are seeing the right thing. And it's probably going to be a quick little delay for that. But let me know if you're seeing. Otherwise, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just present with me on the screen. How you guys seeing? Somebody give some feedback on this in the chat bar. let me know what you are seeing right now. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and jump in. I'm gonna trust that y'all are seeing what you need to see and that you're hearing what you need to hear to make this work. Eric, feel free to text me if for some reason something goes wrong or something's going awry, and then I'll make sure we're making the adjustments. All right, so let's jump in. Well, the first question most people want to know when they get into a presentation is, who is this person and how can they help me? So who's Fran Harris and how can she help me secure the bag? So I'll give you the probably 15-second, 20-second, maybe a little bit longer tour of who I am. Some of you may know me from, as Eric mentioned, my days in the WNBA. I played a couple of seasons in the WNBA and Houston Comets' first championship team, but really my career started a very, very different way after I retired from the WNBA. I was not interested in being a coach. And so it was very important for me to tap into my talents and to make sure that I am doing exactly what I was put here to do. And I've always been a big talker. So I went into broadcasting. If you look in the left-hand corner of my presentation, you'll see me holding a mic with ESPN with the great women's basketball player, Hall of Famer, Lisa Leslie, who played at the University of Southern Cal and also played for the Los Angeles Sparks on a couple of WNBA championship teams. As Eric mentioned, I played on the Houston Comets' first championship team, was also the WNBA's first championship team, and had a great opportunity to represent a career that had, and a sport that had been critical to me getting started as a speaker, as a coach, and as a consultant. When I left the WNBA to go into ESPN, to work with ESPN, I also started my own consulting company, which is Fran Harris Enterprises, and that company has been in existence for 20 plus years. Bottom under my picture with Lisa Leslie, you'll see probably about 16th of the companies that I've worked with, from 3M to Procter & Gamble to Lockheed Martin to Apple to Facebook, literally going in and helping them establish their sales teams, train their men and women on selling, culture, team building, and leadership. From there, I started to explore a little bit more about my continuing that, but also exploring a little bit more about being on television. If you go to the right-hand corner, upper right-hand corner of my graphic, you'll see about 30 different networks that I've appeared on: CNN, CNBC, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, MSNBC, you name it. I've probably been on it as a marketing and business coach. And then finally, because we're almost at the end of this introduction, you'll see me underneath the right-hand corner where the logos are for the television networks. You'll see me dancing, and if you recognize that background, that is the Shark Tank background. So I actually shot an episode of Shark Tank. Haven't gotten my air date yet, so I can't tell you when it's going to happen. And as they say, can't tell you if it's going to happen. But that is me leaving the Shark Tank. And if you've been watching Shark Tank this season, if you've seen the promos, you've probably seen me in those promos. I created a new beverage called Electra, which is a better for you functional sports drink. And we'll talk a little bit about that because that's part of one of the things that we're going to talk about in terms of raising capital. So that's who I am. I've created careers in sports, sportscasting, and sales. And today is all about showing you how I've been able to raise millions of dollars for my projects, for my companies, and how you can do the same, more importantly. All right. First thing I want you to know is that what you're about to see, what you are about to see can be learned, can be duplicated, and can be achieved. Now, I say that before I jump in because that's a picture of my mom and dad. My mom finished the 11th, completed the 11th grade. My dad probably, I was talking to him the other night. I said, Dad, how far did you go? 5th grade. He says, maybe 3rd, but 5th grade. I'm telling you that because I didn't come from a family of the Rockefellers. I didn't come from a family of Johnson & Johnson. I didn't come from a family where there were millions of dollars and talk of becoming a millionaire thrown around my dinner table. My parents were working class people. My mom was a stay-at-home mom for most of my life. My dad had his own company in addition to working another job. Put in the chat box if you can relate to this. If your parents worked their butts off to make sure that you and your siblings perhaps had a great life. But we were not rich by any stretch of the imagination. And as I said, nobody was walking around my house talking about what to do next to become a millionaire. Those were things I had to learn. Those were things, as the doctor before me who spoke talked about, I had to have mentors and sponsors, those kinds of things to have the mentality and the mindset to be able to achieve what I'm going to share with you today and how you can duplicate that success. So very important that you understand this can be learned, it can be duplicated, and you can do it. All right. But I need you to smash that share button as we go along. If you're thinking about people who need to hear this, don't hold it for yourself. Don't keep it to yourself. Share this. Make sure the word of the Black Business Expo and what we're talking about in every session is getting out to us. All right. Let's keep it moving because it's a party. All right. Here we go. So this, what you're looking at right now, is an LOI, right? If you know what an LOI is, put it in the chat. Go ahead. If you know what an LOI is, put it in the chat. It can be a couple of things. This particular thing is a letter of intent. And a letter of intent, it could be a letter of interest. A letter of intent is a document that you get from a lender or a partner, equity partner, or a financial partner, or whatever, an institutional partner, that says, if a certain boxes are checked off, I'm going to give you money. Like that's a simple way to tell you what a letter of intent is. So this is a letter of intent from one of my banking partners. One of the things that I've gotten into over the last 10 years is real estate development. So my brother and I have a real estate development company in Dallas, Texas, and he's been in the business for 40 years. I just started about 10 or 15 years ago, and we've developed residential communities. We're now moving into commercial properties, and we're developing our first sport facility. It's going to be an 80,000 square foot facility outside of Dallas, which is our hometown. So we had to find basically our project after we went through due diligence. We had to figure out, how are we going to raise this 15 to potentially $20 million? I didn't have $20 million laying around, right? The table or the bank or anything like that. And it's very important that you understand, even if I did have 20 million laying right here next to me, next to my laptop, I'm probably not going to invest it in my project. You've all heard the phrase, other people's money. There's a reason you need to be able to tap into other people's money. So this letter of intent is one from one of my banking partners that says, certain boxes have been checked. I've met Fran Harris. I've seen the business plan. I've seen her financials. And I'm very interested in creating a relationship with her where my bank contributes $11 million to her facility. Okay, now let me repeat that. I'm going back to the screen with my mom and dad. I was not born doing this stuff. I had to learn how to do it. And I'm going to share with you very critical aspects of being able to raise money. Whether you're trying to raise 11 million, 20 million, or 20,000, the process is the same, y'all. The process is the same. Whether you're raising 20 million or $20 or $2,000 or $20,000, the process is the same. So whatever thoughts you had about, oh man, to be able to raise $20 million, you got to be able to do certain things. You got to be able to do magic. No, you don't. The same things I'm going to tell you about are very relevant, very critical for raising any amount of money. So let's continue and talk about funded, how to raise capital in record time. The first principle, the first pillar of raising capital is that you must have a distance runner mindset. Okay, you must have a distance runner mindset. Now, what do I mean by that? It is not a sprint. It is not a sprint. There have been times I've tried to raise money that it happened very quickly. Raising this $11 million for my facility actually was a pretty quick turnaround. But think about it. It's been 10 years in the making. So it's never been a sprint. It took everything I had to learn about speaking the language of bankers and speaking the language of investors and speaking the language of billionaires to get their buy-in. You have to be in a position to understand that it is a mindset. It is a distance runner mindset. It may not happen overnight, but everything you're doing is designed to get you to the finish line. Okay, so you have to have the mindset of a distance runner. You got to continue, put one foot forward, put another foot forward, and then you finally get there. Sometimes when you're on the run and you're on the track of raising capital, you're going to hear some no's. You're going to hear some no's. And my thing, and you guys have heard this probably, is not necessarily no. Sometimes it's not now or not that person. So you want to make sure that you find your IPOI, and that's your ideal pool of investors. Sometimes when you are raising capital, you're just talking to the wrong people. And part of what you have to do as a part of kind of raising capital, regardless of the amount, is make sure you are talking to people who are interested in what you are proposing to them. And even if they're not interested necessarily in the project, if it's a real estate project or it's a tech play, even if they're not interested in that, they are interested in you. So there are always two pools of people who are interested in the project and people who are interested in you. So make sure that when you start to decide that you want to raise capital, that you put together a list of people who fit into both of those categories. It will be a marathon, but if you're talking to your ideal pool of investors, you have a higher chance of getting there. All right. Remember to smash that share button, get some folks on, and make sure they are getting the good just like you are. All right, number 2 pillar. When people are investing in your company, they are looking for a positive repayment profile. I mean, they're looking at making sure that the person they're going to be giving these millions to or these thousands to, that they're probably going to get their money back. And notice I said probably, because when anybody invests in anything, there's never a guarantee. There's not a guarantee that I'm going to get my money back if I invest in your project. And we all know that. So what we're looking at is this person, is it good to bet on this person? Is this person a good bet, right? Is this person positioning themselves to be a person that I can trust over the long haul? And therefore, I know that they're going to do everything they can to make this business successful so that I can get my money back, so I can get an ROI, a return on my investment. And there are lots of things that you can do to be sure that you are positioning yourself to be a safe bet for people, right? Number 1, let's talk about just even how we rate and put it in the chat. How many of you have loaned some money to someone that has not repaid you? Go ahead. You don't have to call them by name. We don't need names, no name calling, no outing people. How many of you have actually loaned money to someone and never repaid them? So you've got people who've loaned money to you, and you've got people you've loaned money to. All right. Those things are things that you can control, right? I can't tell you how many people who have borrowed money from my bank and who haven't paid me back, but then keep coming back to the bank as if this banker is not going to look at their repayment history. It is the same thing. Think of an investor as the ultimate credit card. The investor is the ultimate credit card. So you're going to get charged interest. They're looking at your repayment history. They're looking at how many times you missed a payment. Looking at how many times you missed an opportunity to give them an update about their investment. It's simple. It's a simple process. What complicates investing is just human error. It's just human flaw. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But right now, this is number 2, the pillar number 2, because it's very important that you're doing everything in your power to make sure your profile looks good, to make sure when you go and you present your project and you pitch to investors that they're going, okay, good risk. This person is a good risk. Okay. And just before we move on to pillar 3, they're wondering if it's debt, if you're borrowing money, right? Not an investor, but you're borrowing money, debt. They want to know, will I get my money back? And if it's equity, as in an investor, they want to know what's going to be my return on my money and when am I going to see these returns? Two simple questions that you should start thinking about. All right, let's move on to pillar 3. But before I do that, I think Eric texted me. Don't ignore your text, people. See what Eric's got to say. Make sure nothing is going crazy. All right, good job. Thanks, Eric. All right, so let's talk about the pillar number 3, excellent stewardship. Y'all, this is critical because basically what stewardship means is, are these people that I'm giving this $20 million to, when I give Fran Harris this $11 million, is she going to take care of my money? Is she going to take care of my money? Is she going to go get her a Lambo? Is she taking her family to Jamaica? Is she doing all these crazy things with my money? Will Fran Harris be a great steward of my millions, of my thousands, of my $10? Stewardship is a critical piece of being able to raise capital, because not only are you signaling to an investor that you're going to take care of their money, that you're going to grow their money, that you're going to repay that loan, but you're also signaling to them that you value the exchange that you have, that you value, that you understand that whether you worked hard for those millions or not, they did. They had to do some things to be able to write you a check for $1.5 million or $100,000. And they need to know that you're going to take care of them. Can I trust this person? And when you're in an investor pitch, you're conveying that by what your presentation, your investor presentation contains. You're conveying that by your letters of references. You're conveying that by your credit history. You're conveying that by the people you've done business with. Well, some of you may be thinking, well, Fran, if I don't have millions in the bank and I've never done a big deal, how can I convey that I'm trustworthy? Great question. You want to make sure that you have people on your team who've done the things that someone who's going to give you money is going to be looking for. So I'll give you an example. We're building this sports facility. It started out being 110,000 square feet, but pretty huge. So we took it down to 80. And one of the things we did is we brought on a partner. My brother, as I mentioned, has been in real estate for 40 years. He knows everybody in Dallas. And I do mean that, literally everybody. He's kind of like Dr. Eric Kelly, but he knows a lot of folks. We brought on someone he'd done business with who has done over 2 billion square footage of developments. He's done Starbucks, he's done Targets, he's done Exxon stations, he's done Quick Marks. He's done the things that someone who's going to give us millions is going to be looking for on our team. Now, he's not giving me money. He's not writing a check, but he's on our development team because he's going to give the investors and give the lenders, what's he going to give them? Assurance. What investors and lenders want is assurance. He's going to give them assurance that we can finish his project. I'm not going to build 1 square foot of my facility, but I have someone on my team who's done 2 billion square feet of development. So that's what I mean when I talk about stewardship. It's not just on you, it's also on the people that you put on your team. That gives investors and lenders confidence. It gives them assurance that you can get the job done and that they will be more likely to get their money. All right, if you're tracking with me, if you're feeling this, if you like what you're hearing so far, you've learned something so far, put that in the chat and make sure you smash. I'm going to keep saying this because I don't hold on to wealth. I don't hold on to good things. Share this presentation with people who are looking to get better or looking to be better. All right, let's keep it going. Pillar number 4, investors and lenders, partners look for a realistic business plan. Realistic business plan. Okay, so what is a realistic business plan? In a realistic business plan, what most people think is that if I'm trying to raise money, I should show in my financials that I'm going to do millions in year 1, that I'm going to do kabillions in year 2, that I'm going to do. No, that's the worst thing you can do unless it's realistic. If you start your company and you truly believe and can show through your business model that you are going to do millions of dollars out the gate, unless you can do that, don't do that. Because nothing will convince a lender or a partner that you don't know what you're doing, like having a business plan that's unrealistic. Does that make sense, right? So what you want to do when you are pitching yourself to investors, again, the amount of money does not matter. What I'm sharing with you is relevant for a $20,000 pitch and a $20 million pitch or a $200 million pitch. Okay, so you want your numbers to be realistic because an investor, someone's going to look at it and go, okay, does this make sense? Even if I don't know anything about your business, I'm going to look at these numbers and go, does this make sense? And then I'm going to ask you as an investor, tell me about your business model. And of course, if you're unfamiliar with the term business model, it just means how does your business work, right? How does your business go from step A to step Z and money? So from customer creation to making money, that's your business model. How does this business work? We've heard about the most famous business model. People use it all the time. That's the McDonald's business model. They take the patty out of the thing, they put it in this, they put it in the assembly line, it goes out the window to the customer. That's their business model. People come to them, they make them a burger, they pay them money, they get the burger. That's a business model. So what is your business model? And when you're presenting to someone, is it realistic? And I do mean this. I can't tell you how many people I've coached to raise capital who brought me a business plan or brought me an investor deck, and the business model was just unrealistic. You're not going to do $3 million in year 1. And so now you put doubt in the investor's mind or the lender's mind that you know what you're doing. And then the deal is over. All right, the deal is over. If I think you don't know what you're doing, if I'm an investor and I'm looking at your numbers and I think you don't know what you're doing, the deal is over. Because now I start to tell a story in my head about why you would present a business plan or an investor deck that has unrealistic numbers. You tracking with me? So more than anything, even if your numbers are terrible, in year one, because in most scenarios, they are. Right? When we're looking at my facility, I want you to think about this. I'm going to workshop my facility. Think about this. My sports facility is supposed to open in 21, but then COVID happened. So do you think my business plan for pre-COVID would be the same for post-COVID? What do you think? Put that in the chat. Do you think it's going to be the same? No. And if I literally just whipped out my business plan from my laptop and sent that to someone as if COVID didn't happen, they would think I don't know what I'm talking about. They would think I'm not a good steward. They would think they're not getting their money back. You see, that's what I mean by creating a realistic business plan. I had to go back into my business plan and go, okay, let's look at this. We're not going to be able to gather the way we did before COVID-19. After COVID-19, things will never be the same. They may get back to a level, but they will never be the same. It will take some work to get there. Well, as a CEO of a sports facility, a $20 million sports facility, I have to be able to show that to investors. I have to be able to talk to investors about the impact that COVID-19 has had on the business plan they saw in 2019. You feel me? So I have to be able to say, here's what we thought was going to happen before COVID. Some of these things are still relevant. Some of these things are still in place. But here's how we're looking at our sports facility and your money headed into 2022. We even had to move the finish line. So realistic business plans are the most, you can mess up a lot of stuff, but if I'm looking at your numbers in a business plan, it's going to tell me if I'm in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing, or if I'm in the hands of someone who may or may not be a great CEO. So you're saying, well, friend, I don't know financials. I can't do P&Ls and balance sheets and all those acronyms. And my thing is, what did I say? My second slide was, all of this can be learned and all of it can be achieved. So I don't have a finance degree. It's about putting people on your team who can speak the language that investors and lenders are familiar with. So I was great at writing a business plan, great at marketing. I know my lane. I know things where I have genius. And then it was time to put the financials together. I'm great at putting projections together. But when they started talking about EBITDA, look it up. When they started talking about EBITDA and pre-taxes this and blah, 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 I was like, okay, hold up, time out, wait a minute. I gotta bring in some heavy hitters, because I was not going to let my project go by the wayside because of my ego. And that's where a lot of people really mess up the process of raising capital. I need help are probably three of the most powerful words that you will ever use in raising capital. I need help. So when I got to the place where I had taken my business plan, my business model, my financials, as far as I could take them, I tapped into that network that Dr. Williams was talking about. I tapped into the people who know what they're doing. They know their way around a profit and loss statement. They know the language of bankers. And let's be candid. They know the language and the mind, what do you call those? The minefields of white bankers, of white investors. Let's speak it as what it is. So that's a whole different class about how do we raise capital with people who don't look like us. That's a very different conversation. But everything I'm telling you is relevant regardless of the hue of the person who's on the other side of the table. But those financials, and I'm staying on this slide a little bit longer because those financials are critical. So if you don't know how to put together basic financials, enhanced financials, the internet is there. You can get templates, modules, all those kinds of things are there for you. And of course, develop your network so that you can call someone and say, hey, I'm at the point now where I need some serious financials. Do you know someone who can put together a robust 5-year forecast for me, for someone who could do a feasibility study? Those kinds of things start to come into play. All right. If you're tracking with me, make sure you smash that button and share this. Let me know what you're getting out of this, what your aha moments are as we continue and move on to pillar number 5. You know what? For a second, I'm going to go ahead and take a swig of my drink, Electra, because I'm thirsty and I talk fast and I'm getting tired. So, good stuff, by the way. Don't be afraid to do a commercial for your stuff. Anyway, pillar number 5, killer financials is what we talked about. Now, I'm going to talk more specifically about not inflating your financials. Again, you don't need to try to trick your investors or your lenders about what you're going to do. What you need to do is to give them 3 scenarios. How many scenarios? 3 scenarios when it comes time to talk about your financial. You need to give them a worst case scenario. Think about my facility. Worst case scenario is what? We build a facility and nobody shows up. So none of our tournaments happen, none of our special events happen, but our fitness facility is going. So people are coming to the gym, but we're not getting any special events. Worst case scenario, we don't make any money the first year, which is very likely. Then you have what's called kind of a probable case scenario. So it's likely what will happen. It's the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario for my facility is that we'll get some traffic from tournaments and special events, and that we'll get some traffic from our daily fitness center, and we'll get some traffic from our esports program. We'll get something from every place, but probably not a lot from any place. I've got to be able to say those words, mean those words, and be able to talk to my partners, because that's what lenders and investors become when they give you their money. You become partners. You're kind of married, right? So a likely scenario is that we will have some revenue in this area. We'll have some revenue in this area, but it won't nearly be what it was going to be had COVID-19 not happened. And then there's a third scenario, which is the best case scenario. The best case scenario. So this is go there, go all the way pie in the sky. If everything goes well, most of your projections are on point, this is the situation. So that would be, those 3 scenarios would look very different. The first one, worst case, it would be very bleak. You have to be able to swallow that. You have to be able to say, hey guys, when you're talking to your partners, it's going to be a rough year 1 or year 2. Because what does that do? That gives your partners confidence that you know what you're doing. And you've got to be able to talk about those scenarios. Here's why I think we're going to lose $3 million in year 1. They won't want to hear it, but here's why. Here's why. People are not going to be willing to travel. They're not going to put their kids in gyms. They're not going to, right? They don't want to stay in hotels. They're staying in Airbnbs. I know my business. So when I talk to my investors and I talk to lenders, I'm very candid with them about what I see. And I'm painting a picture so that they don't have any unrealistic expectations about what I'm going to be able to do. I don't have an S on my chest. I don't have a W for Wonder Woman. I'm good at what I do, great at what I do. I'm not going to lie to people, and I'm not going to try to create a facade and a persona of what I'm going to be able to do in an environment, an economic environment where people have lost billions, where companies have died, mom and pops have gone by the wayside, gyms have been empty. If I came in and talked to my investors about how great I was going to do out the gate in year 1, they would say, get out of here, girl. They would say, get out of here. You don't know what you're doing. We thought you knew what you were doing. So you see what I mean? You want to give them that worst case, and you want to be able to sit in your truth and stand in your truth about why things would be this way. And then you move over to, okay, here's a moderate situation. This is how things could be if some things go better for us. And then you go to, listen, if we come out in 22, if we come out with this gym and we open doors to our grand opening in 2022, and there's a vaccine in there, I got to be able to talk about all of those. Okay, there's a vaccine, there's this, it's good. We've been through several iterations of a vaccine. I'm talking about vaccine number 1, and I have fun in my presentation. I'm not talking about vaccine number 1. I'm talking about maybe 4th iteration of that vaccine. People are responding. Then we may have a great year. But you've got to be able to talk about your business over the life of your business. All right. So clear financials, killer financials, don't inflate them, and give me 5 years. Sometimes they will say 3 years. I'm actually putting something together for the SBA right now, and they've asked for 3. I'm sorry, I'm doing 5, because it's the black person in me. It's like, okay, if they ask for 3, is that for them? Is that for us? Just being candid. So I do 5. And then, because no financial person is ever going to say, oh, don't give me too much information. They're never going to say that. So I like to make sure you, especially in COVID, my first 3 years might be kind of bleak. They might. Then they might be amazing. But I want them to see that I've thought ahead, that I know this business. I know when we're going to recover. I know what you can expect in terms of returns. All right. If you're tracking with me, you like what you're hearing, put it in the chat. I want to know what's resonating with you on these topics. All right. 6th pillar. Notice how deep this one is, meaning how late it is in the pitch, in the presentation. A good idea, right? You have a business you're trying to raise capital for, it doesn't even have to be a great idea, because everything I've told you before is actually more important than the idea. It sounds crazy, right? It sounds weird. Most people don't realize the idea doesn't have to be that great. If you've got a solid business model, you've got people who want to buy your widgets, your services, you can show me a clear path to profitability. Oh, and by the way, the idea is good. Okay, good. That's literally how it is. Now, don't get me wrong. People love to hear a great idea. It feels good when somebody pitches me and I go, whoa, that's a great idea. But then I would go right to the business model and the financial. So just because you have a great idea doesn't mean people are going to throw money at you. That's the point. That's the reason good idea is 6 in the presentation. Okay. Some of the questions that investors and lenders are going to want to know: has it been done before? How is it trending? Right? What's next? So has this idea been done before? So know your stuff. Know, okay, yes, there was an iteration of this. So when I'm thinking about my sports drink, imagine how those pitches are going. With some people are like, wow, you're entering the world and the land of Gatorade and Powerade and Body Armor. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Because I know that space, and I know that even though Gatorade has been doing a thing for 50 years, can you guys believe that? The sports drinks have been around for 50 years. I know that category has not been innovated in a very long time. So that means there's room to play in the sports market, in the sports drinks market. So you got to know your business. You got to know, has it been done before, and how well have people done it? Think of all the data I have about sports drinks. So I didn't enter the sports drink world like a 3-year-old. I'm an athlete. I'm a professional athlete. I'm a sports announcer. I've been in this industry. So I know a lot about what's happening. Those are the conversations you have to have with your investors. It gives them confidence. When I can tell them all about Gatorade's growth and their product line and their extensions, I can talk to them about when Body Armor came. I can talk to them about little companies that have popped up and what happened to them. Gives my investors confidence. So is going into sports drinks a great idea? For some of my investors, it is. They love it. For other people, they're afraid of it. So you also have to know the temperament of the people who are giving you money. You also have to know the temperament of people who are giving you money. Are these people who are like, yeah, let's go for it. Let's get in there. Let's steal some of that market share. Are they people like, oh my gosh, I think we're going to have to spend too much money to get any market share in sports drinks because Gatorade and Powerade and Body Armor are taking over? 2 different mindsets. Trust me, I would not enter a space that I can win in. I wouldn't do it. Now, I'm not trying to take over Gatorade because my customer is somebody else. You see what I mean? So when you're talking about kind of assessing whether your idea is a good idea or a great idea, there are lots of questions to ask and answer. But the main thing investors want to know is, has it been done before? Has there been a precedence? How is it trending? What I know about sports drinks is that they are trending because there are markets, there are demographics within sports drinks and sports nutrition that have not been tapped. They have not been tapped. So I'm getting in. And then your investors want to know, what's next? Okay, Fran, you got this sports facility coming out. What's next? That's when you roll out and get your investors excited. You go, hey, listen, we're doing this first one in 2022 near Dallas. And then we are going to roll out 7 across the country in the next 15 years, in the next 7 years. That gets investors excited because they may think, okay, I may not make a whole lot of money on this first one, make a lot of money on this first one, but I see the vision. I see your vision. I want to be a part of the suite. I want to be a part of what's called the rollout. All right. So it doesn't have to be a great idea. Again, paint the full picture for your investors about what they can get. And then finally, you need a solid pitch. You need a solid pitch. And a pitch is nothing more than the story of your company. It's your story. It's the story of your company. You want to be able to tell that in a way that an investor, a potential partner, a lender sees the success. You don't go in there and when you're pitching them because you're going to get 30 seconds or a minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever, you don't go in there telling the doomsday story about your presentation or your company. You tell them about what's possible. You tell them about how it started out of pain or how it started out of a need or how it started out of, missing in the marketplace. And you came in and you saw this marketplace and you saw this opportunity. And now you bring them in on that opportunity. That's pretty much how you pitch. All right. So investors first of all, they're buying you. First thing you have to understand is that investors are, the first they're going to see as a representation of the brand and the company or the business is going to be you. So make sure you're a good rep of your product because they're buying you. Secondary to you is everything else. So the solid pitch, how do you become great at pitching? You really become great at telling a story. And sometimes that story can be very animated and it can be very energetic, but every story is not that way. Did you see what I just did with my voice? Right? So I was here and I was like, and then I started this, and then I slowed it down. I took my voice down because every pitch is not through the roof. Don't let anybody tell you that every pitch is through the roof. It's not. Tell the story. And sometimes the story is best told with energy. Sometimes the story is best told by looking into the eyes of your investors and lowering your voice and connecting. Okay. So a solid pitch is going to consist of, again, what the opportunity is. So what was the need in the market? Why this is an opportunity. So that's where you kind of talk about, hey, I was going in, I've had, when I talk about Electra, my sports drink, I go, listen, I've had gallons, millions of gallons of sports drinks. Trust me, I know what's out there. And that's actually a part of my pitch. It gives me credibility to say, I've been drinking sports drinks all my career. I know what's out there. Therefore, I know what's missing. Right? You tell that. So you talk about the opportunity, you talk about what's missing, because what's missing tells them that you know what you're going to be able, the market share you're going to be able to capture. Right? Then you talk a little bit about who the product is for. This is for people who are everyday athletes who are out there hustling, doing, moms, dads, weekend warriors. Okay, now my investors are going, okay, I see it. Well, what's special about your product? Lower sugar, lower calories, tastes great, beautiful packaging. Right? Delivering on those promises, those brand promises. And then let's get to the money. And I'm doing a very abbreviated pitch, by the way. And then, okay, here's how you're going to be able to make money. Year one, because of COVID, you can always use COVID. Year one, because of COVID, we're probably going to make only $500,000. And the reason is we haven't been able to get into retail. You just explain those numbers. Right? But then when you finish the pitch, you end on the promise of the brand. But here's what I know. When we come out of COVID, we've already lined up meetings with some of the biggest retailers in the state. We're going to start small. We're going to start regionally. We're going to work out the kinks. We're going to make sure that we win these retailers, and then we're going national. So you map out the plan. And here's what we can expect by year 5. We will be a $100 million company. Now investors are willing to take that ride with you. Now investors are going, 100 million and 5, huh? 100 million and 5. Yeah. We got to take a ride. It's not going to be out the gate, but ultimately that's where we're going to be. And we see ourselves as a company that's not just about sports drink, but sports nutrition, right? And then we have different parts and markets and pockets of demographics that we're going to go after. But ultimately, this is where we'll be by year 5. By year 10, will be our exit. This is how we see exiting this company. Now investors have the full picture of where your company is going and whether they should get involved. They know there may be some lean years, there may be some ups and downs, but if your business plan is factual, as they say, if your business plan has been realistic, they know they can see their returns. They don't even need you to tell them. They can see what those returns are going to be. Solid pitch. You can mess up a lot of stuff and save yourself with a great pitch. So pitching takes time. It takes, a lot of getting in the mirror, a lot of getting with people who love and care about you, who are going to give you honest feedback. So if you can nail a pitch, you can raise capital. All right. Anybody have any questions? I'll put these glasses on so I can actually see. I hope this has served you. I hope you have gotten some great nuggets to help you go out there and raise your thousands, your millions. But I'm happy to answer some questions before we hop off. And I get into this Texas heat to get me get my workout on. So let's see what kind of questions we have here. Do you want me to write the grandmother worked all the time? I don't think that's for me, maybe. How to find lenders, maybe? How to find lenders. Okay. The first question I would say is, let me stop the screen share. I'm back on screen. Yeah. So the first thing I would say is ask yourself, do you what's the best source of capital for you? The person who says, how do I find lenders? What's the best source of capital for you? Is it really a lender? Because lenders are everywhere. So you got your bankers, you can go online, and depending on I don't know what you're raising capital for, but if you're doing commercial, real estate, you got people who are soft money, hard money. There's so many different ways you can do that. So if you can be more specific, I will make sure my answer matches that. But in general, finding lenders is, those are bankers. And if you want to go to non-traditional ways, then I would type in Google non-traditional lenders. Just type in non-traditional lenders in Texas or Dallas or wherever you live. And then you can start to see some of the stuff I'm talking about. Like, there's so many different ways that you can approach lending itself. Let's see what else we got here. How do I reach you for help? You can go to, hold on a second, I did have that up. I brought it back on because I wanted you to see me. Hold on. But if you need help with raising capital, then there is my website you can go to is howtoraisecapital.org. So go ahead and screenshot that, because I do want to come back on camera to do the Q&A. Howtoraisecapital.org is the website for folks that I work with who are raising capital. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing. After you screenshot that, give you about 10 more seconds. Howtoraisecapital.org is it. Screenshot it. Go there. There is a link to schedule an appointment with us to talk to you about how we help people do that. All right. Now I am back. Let's see what else we got here. What is Black Business University? Great question. Black Business University. Black Business University has morphed into many different things. What it is heading into 2021, it is an online marketplace of courses and experts. So if you're looking for how to raise capital, if you're looking for how to become a real estate agent, if you're looking for how to become a real estate developer, if you're looking for how to get better with TikTok marketing, I am curating a university of Black experts who are sharing their genius in Black Business University. So for probably what we're doing a Black Friday special. So we're going to offer access to Black Business University for a crazy, crazy, crazy low investment here in a couple of weeks. And that gives you access to all the experts that are growing every day. All the experts, interviews, their courses, those kinds of things, so that when you're looking for something, you can actually look to us. The reality is, I said this in an interview the other day. I said, listen, most of the things that we've learned, a lot of the things that we've learned from white people. No shade. It's thank you for getting me to my next level, whatever that was. Got lots of great white folks and other folks of color who I work with. But sometimes I'm like, aren't we teaching this? So I wanted to curate a place, a university, where I could show off and showcase Black excellence, Black brilliance, and Black genius. And that's what Black Business U is. So it gives you the opportunity to hand select the people that you want to work with, their courses, their books, their interviews, their coaching, whatever, from one place. That's what BBU is. All right. What else we got? Thanks for that question, by the way. So you will get a special link. By the way, make sure you're on Black Business Expo's mailing list, because Eric and I are negotiating a special link. Someone asked, what is the website? And I don't want to give you that because there's a special thing that you guys are going to get just for Black Business Expo folks. So if you make sure you're on the list for Black Business Expo, and you will get that link so that you get a very special tuition investment for BBU. Thanks for that. All right, what are the questions? Any questions about raising capital? Let me scroll up a little bit. Okay. If you want to reach out to me as well, you can go to LinkedIn. Best place for business reach out is going to be LinkedIn, and it's just Fran Harris. So that's that. But if you're seriously interested in raising capital, make sure you go to howtoraisecapital.org. Thank you, Veronica. Appreciate that. Any other questions before I sign off? Building a board. Great question. Who's that? Dennis. Dr. Rogers. Building a board to raise capital. So the first thing is the thing that a board helps with, right, is kind of the synthesis of different disciplines and expertise, and therefore their different networks. You get the opportunity to tap into their networks. I didn't use my board to raise capital. I mean, I didn't have a board for my sports facility. But what I did when I started to raise capital, I made a list of all the people that I knew in various categories. So I made a list of sports people. I made a list of media people. I made a list of real estate people. So I had a list of about 20 different categories of people that I had come in contact with, people where I'd spoken at their events, people that I'd done business with online. And that was my hit list. So I had a hit list of about 100 people to start raising capital. You can definitely use your board, and you can definitely create a board, because again, what you want to do is to expedite your time. And if you have a board of, let's say, 6 people, 12 people, and you're tapping into their network, so you really don't have 12 people, you probably have 1,200 people, because they all are connecting you to their potential networks. I think a board is a great strategy for raising capital quicker, but it's not necessary. So if you have a board, definitely tap into them. If you don't, do what I did, which is you make your hit list of 100 people, 50 people. And here's what I want to say about raising capital. For Electra, my sports drink, I was able to raise over $100,000 within a couple of weeks from friends and family. Okay, so when I say friends and family, those are people who know me, or they're friends and family of mine, or they're friends and family of my friends and family. So literally within a couple of weeks, I was able to raise over $100,000 for Electra. And it was really interesting how that happened. And so I want to make sure that whether you're trying to raise $20,000 to do your first event, or $100,000 or $100 million, don't negate and don't dismiss the power of the people that you know. And don't assume that the people in your family, A, don't assume that they don't have it. And B, don't assume that they don't know people who have it. Because a couple of my investors came from my cousin. By the way, my cousin was my first investor for Electra. And then he just started spreading the gospel because he was excited. And he's like legit brought in like 5 or 6 people, potential investors, just from his excitement, just from his belief in me, just from his working with me. So when he was spreading the gospel of Electra, he wasn't just saying, oh, let me take a look at what my cousin is doing. It's not a great pitch. He knew how to pitch me. He knew how to pitch the brand. And so I didn't know who he knew. So again, to my point, don't assume that because you didn't come from a family of means or wealth, that your family members, A, again, don't assume what they have. And B, don't assume that their circles and their network cannot be a great source of investment for you. Very great lesson that I learned, because then my work as someone pitching and raising capital for 3 or 4 different projects at the same time, had to keep all that stuff straight, was made a lot easier because I had enthusiastic investors who wanted to bring on more people. All right, see what else we got here. Running out, building the board. Do you have affiliates to help market your water? I would love to help. That's a great question. Thank you for that, Kimberly. Kimberly, if you can hit me up on LinkedIn, Fran Harris, then I'm happy to tell you about Electra. And by the way, I do offer a referral fee for people who turn me on to potential investors. So thought I'd put that out there as well. Okay. Or if you're interested in investing. Let's see, 7 minutes. All right. Any more questions? You can hook up with me on LinkedIn, and you can find out more about how to raise capital at howtoraisecapital.org. Has this been helpful? Have you learned some stuff? Have you gleaned some things from this that you can use, whether you're getting sponsors or advertisers for your events, or whether you're raising big time capital now or in the future? Has this been helpful? Great. All right. Dennis, I don't see any other questions. Oh, I do have a question here. Do you think we do a good enough job of connecting folks in our community? I remember the Great Black Wall Street around the country and how they work together. That's from the Expo folks. I think we do. You know here's the thing. When I think about that question, I think some of us do a great job of connecting people. I'm connected to some great Black folks who are always sending me people and talking to me and sending people to me and all the time. But I think there's kind of like for me, there's a disconnect about how to really, for us to come up as a people, right? I think some of us are doing well, but I think too many of us are not doing well. And so that's also a part of what Black Business U is about. It's about making this education accessible, right? Like, I'm a big believer in investing in yourself. I'm a big believer that you should expect to pay for mentoring and coaching. You should expect to pay for that. But I also know that there are pockets of our community that need access to getting to that mentality. So that's why Black Business U is not going to be a huge amount of money to get in, because for me, it's my calling to make sure that we come up. It's my calling to make sure that we are economically off the charts, financially literate. So I know that there has to be an on-ramp for some people. And so I don't want Black Business University to be the impediment for us, for our generational wealth building. I want it to be that escalator where you get on at the bottom or wherever you are, and you just continue to ascend. So to that question, I think some of us do a very good job of connecting and networking, but I think sometimes we fall into oh, well, if they're doing that, then I can't do that. What I loved about Eric reaching out was the fact that he wanted to do this thing. He was able to curate people coming together to help us, and that the people who showed up clearly were not feeling, oh, this is a competitive thing. Well, I kind of do that. Well, I do the Black Business U, and I think sometimes we fall into that and not realizing there's plenty to eat. It's a buffet. It's a buffet, and there's plenty to eat. There's plenty of room at the table, and inviting more people to the table does not mean that I'm going hungry. And I think that's what we need to understand. Thank you for that question. All right. All right, y'all. Well, it was great. I'm gonna be speaking again very early, I might add, because I'm in Texas and it's early for me because I'm late. I stay up, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So I had to discipline myself, Dr. Eric Kelly, to get up this morning for my peeps. But I'm going to be speaking on Speaking and Make Millions, how to speak and make millions. You need to show up for that. If you are a speaker, even if you're currently getting paid and you want to get paid more, you need to show up for that. I can't remember if that's Wednesday or Thursday, but check out the agenda. I'll be talking about Speaking and Make Millions, and then I'll also be talking about the state of Black business on another occasion. So thank you all so much for tapping in, for sharing this with us, and for more importantly, for showing up for yourself. Dr. Kelly, appreciate you and your team. Dennis Rogers, appreciate you guys working out through folks in StreamYard and all that great stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in a couple of days as well. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you so much, Fran Harris. I could feel the abundance just coming through the internet when you're discussing philanthropy and entrepreneurship. And moreover, your acumen, your business acumen really shines through. And I want to thank you for building a Black Business University that we'll have access to shortly.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Have a great day. Thanks for your help.
Do the same. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Everyone, as you can see, Dr. Eric Kelly put together a lineup that is absolutely awesome. We are interacting with high quality information, high quality people, and ideally you have your journal together, you're taking notes, and you are making sure that you'll be able to contact our lecturers, our speakers, our creators long after this event has taken place. Next, we're going to bring up our next speaker, Kimberly McLean of Creative Force Agency. Kimberly, are you there?
I am here. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. How are you today?
I am good. I am just absorbing all this wonderful information this morning. I have my notepads. I have my pen. Yes. I'm going to work. It's been incredible.
It is. And it's almost like when you're preparing backstage to enter, you're still taking notes and you want to get that last drop of knowledge before you come on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, we're looking forward to your presentation today and your topic of your subject matter. Care to share that with us before I exit stage left?
Sure. It's about branding strategies. And we're going to be talking a lot about people really understanding what branding really means. But it's really going to be a direct course where I'm going to be actually stepping you through my strategies and thought process of how I approach building a brand and how you can do that too.
Wow. I know I buy name brand items, and I'm interested in building my brand so people will buy my name brand item. So I'm going to exit, and we look forward to your presentation.
All right, great. Well, good morning, everybody. As let me just see, can make sure you all can hear me. If you can in the chat, go ahead and just say hello. Also, if you can right now, if you know anybody that has a business or that wants to have a business or want to really understand marketing and branding, then I want you to share this with them right now. Or click the like button, let me know you're here, and we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen. And if you all have any questions, just again, drop them in the chat bot and I will try to answer them. I'm going to move to comments so I can see you all. There you all are. Drop them in the chat and just say hello. Let me know what you do. Let me know if you have a business, what type of business you have, because as I'm going through this, I may speak directly about that particular industry. So go ahead and put your business in and just let me know who you are. And from time to time, I will stop and maybe answer questions, but I'll definitely answer questions at the end of this session. Let me go ahead and share screen. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the first map. Now, let me know if you can see my screen. Just give me a yes. If for some reason you can't, let me know in the comments. Let me just introduce myself again. My name is Kimberly McLean, and I just want to give you a little background on who I am and why I feel like I'm qualified, if you will, to share my knowledge with you. First of all, I'm a wife and a mother. I've been married for over 33 years, so I know how to get along and I know how to plan things and then grow. I'm a digital marketer second. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I started out as a traditional marketing agency, and I did things like media purchases. You may even see, if you live in the Raleigh and Atlanta area or anywhere on the Southeast, you may have seen some of my work. I was instrumental in helping the UNC create their brand. If you see the blue UNC hospital brand, that's mine. If you're ever going down the road and you're actually going from Raleigh to Atlanta, you may have seen some of my billboards. I've done things for the city of Raleigh, Capitol Ford. I've also done some things for BT. I've done some things for like I said, the Department of Transportation and many others. But what I want to talk about now is just some of the other things that you may know me for. I also had a show on CW and Fox 22 and partnered with them. And that show ran and was competitive with other entertainment shows like TMC and those sort of things. I'm also, I guess I take pride in being a community leader. I helped run a business incubator for 13 years that was specifically dedicated to minority economic development. we did such great work that I was invited to the to the White House, I'm sorry, by Governor Brad Miller, and was able to represent the uh, businesses from North Carolina. And I helped President the Obama administration develop the State of Union address in his second term. And some of those areas that we had concern with actually was included in that particular address. So I'm going to move on. Now, we're talking about branding. So I'm going to show you, if you can see this map, just hit yes, I can see it. This is actually a product of mine called Strategic Maps. My background has always been creative, and so when I'm explaining a topic, I like to have, I love to have all of the information in a visual way as well as a written way. So today, as we go through this presentation, I am going to walk you through my strategic map for approaching a branding strategy. Now, most people think about branding as, okay, the billboard or the logo or the coin phrase that I call myself, or the coin phrase that I call my particular widget. But I look at branding in a different way. I think maybe it's because of the creative and computer developer and coder in me that thinks of things in strategic plans, and I like to map those out. And again, that's what you're seeing now is a map and a actual software that, by the way, we'll talk more about at the end of the presentation, that you will be able to have access to. Now, as I said, thinking through this big picture, it's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. And so when I think about a overall picture of things, I want to see, what's the first thing we do when we put a puzzle together? We actually look at the big picture on the box. But before we do that, when we're looking at the picture on the box, the first thing we want to do is get to those four corners. And so I mapped out 4 corners and strategies to the big picture of how to strategically market your brand. Because you get to a brand by all these other things. And there's 4 corners to that. That's the reputation strategy. And in the reputation strategy, it really is about marketing and building your reputation online. And so when you're doing that, you want to make sure that you have a proven strategy and that you're building that 5-star reputation that's going to position you or your product as a market leader. You also, the second thing you have is you have that reputation marketing strategy. It's where you actually taking those particular reviews and those particular testimonials, and you're actually strategically placing them in the marketplace. The third strategy of reputation is the instant authority strategy. And we accomplish this by several ways. We do expert interviews. I have a television network, and that's why I partner with Fox 50 and CW22, because it's very important to be seen as an expert in your industry. And so one of the ways we do that is interviews, but we'll talk about other ways as well. Now, the next core puzzle piece is the social media strategy and social marketing strategy. And we start that. The very first part of that strategy is started with actually building that content, placing articles, placing reviews, placing different content in various ways on your website, through your social media, all of your social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. But you also got to realize when you are placing this strategy in your various social media platforms, all social media don't fit all. I give you an example. If I am selling a sneaker, I may not necessarily spend a lot of time on LinkedIn. But if I am a physical therapist or ophthalmologist, LinkedIn may be the perfect social place for my content strategy. The second part of your social media marketing is your social offer strategy. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, when you are, I'll just blow up a little bit. When you are talking about your social offer, you're talking about how can I take what I do and put it in front of someone while they're on a social platform? How do I interrupt that pattern and give them the offer that's exactly right for them? The other part of your social media marketing strategy is your social branding strategy. Now, what I mean by that is, what does your actual Facebook page look like? Is your cover informative? Does it have things in there like a call to action, which means when I look at your header of your Facebook page, if you will, or your profile of your LinkedIn page, if you will, is it telling me immediate what you do and what you want me to do? It's very important to consider that social media strategy. Now, the third piece of the puzzle is actually one that a lot of people jump the gun on, and that is the paid traffic strategy. Now, there's two important ways to attack a paid traffic strategy. One is that ad that you see, that still ad, that graphic, that banner ad. And then the other is actually the video strategy ad. Now, these two have very important roles when you start to talk about attacking your marketing branding strategy. We're going to move to the last piece, but really I saved it for the last, but it really is the most important place to start. And we call this particular area and puzzle to our marketing strategy and our core four strategy. We call it funnels and automation, because this is where the rubber really meets the road. This is where people come into and usually are introduced to you. And so you want to make sure that your funnel strategy is really one that has great detail. So in that, we start with the lead capture part of the strategy. And in this part of the strategy, what happens is we're trying to get in front of the right person, but when we're capturing that lead, we have to make sure that we are positioning ourselves to do what? To give value. Now, I want to pause for a minute and want you all to take a moment to think about giving value. I want you to think about what you have in your business that is of value to your ideal target market. And I'm going to tell you why we're going to do that. We're going to talk about that. But right now, think about your lead capture strategy. This is something where you want to give value so that they can give you the information you need to continue to talk to them. The second part of the funnel and automation strategy is your sales strategy. Now, this part of the particular process is very important because I like to talk about this process as the whole funnel automation process is sort of like when you're dating. Now, when you first meet someone, they don't just walk up to you and say, "Hey, can I have a kiss?" You know, they want to get to know you. They want to court you, if you will. And so this is what the sales funnel strategy really is about. It's about courting your particular prospect or the person who you want to buy your services or products. The third part of the funnels and automation strategy is the outbound marketing. What do I mean by that? Outbound marketing means I continue to reach out to you and I'm hoping that you respond. Most of the time, outbound marketing is a sort of cold or warm touches like emails, text messaging, bot messaging. Because what we're trying to do is perform an outbound activity for inbound response. Now, that is the overall big picture of strategy branding. Because most people think about it again as it's a website or it's a logo or it's a slogan. Well, it's all of those things. And in order to have a full strategic process, you need all four of these particular things: reputation strategy, social media marketing strategy, paid traffic strategy, and funnels and automation. Now, that's the big picture. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing for a few minutes and we're going to come back and dig deeper into this map. But I'm going to look at the comments and you tell me which one you want to really dig deeper in. Is it reputation? Is it social media? Is it paid traffic? Or is it funnel and automation? Now, we're going to touch all of these things, but I'm going to dig really deep so that when you leave this conference, this virtual Olympics conference today, you're going to leave with something tangible that you can take back to your desk and execute today. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to look at your comments and then we're going to go back into this map. What happened? Are you there? There you go. I'm sorry. Thought I lost you guys. Are you guys still with me? Okay, great. I see Veronica Hardy there, and you do public speaking. grief and loss and human trafficking. Wow, you play an incredible part in our community. That's great. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Okay, Fran, and how to raise capital. You still there? Great. Dolores, I see that you're there. Okay, it looks like we have a tie between reputation and social media. So I think what we're going to do, until my time is up, and I hope the Black Business Expo folks are helping me watch that as well. But we're going to walk through, we'll start, reputation is really entailed, but we will start, let's start with the social media process first, and then we'll hit the reputation, and hopefully we can get both of those done. Now, I will say this, and as Fran Harris said, you know, don't be ashamed to plug yourself. So I'm going to take this time to let you know the map that you were seeing. I see some people say it was a little small. You could blow it up, and next time I'll definitely zoom in a little bigger. But the map that you were seeing is one that you can have yourself. It's part of my particular proprietary software to help you think through and map out your business processes, because I like to engage again both in the written and verbal, and visual context as we go through strategies. So what I would like to do now, I'm going to reshare my screen, and we're going to go through, first we're going to go through social media, and we'll do that as rapidly as possible, and then we'll go a little bit through reputation management. Now, what I would love for you to do is to get out a pen and paper and share this with everyone, because this, again, are strategies that I'm going to be telling you that you can implement yourself. Now, we as an agency, we do all of these things, and this is our process in which we do them. And so if there are things that you would like to know more and dig deeper into, you can contact me at Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com. You also can reach me at creativeforceagency.com. You also can find me on LinkedIn at Work with Kim. So again, I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, and then I'll come back and answer some of the questions that you may have. Just 1 minute. Okay, you should be seeing my screen again. Now I'm going to try to blow this up a little bit so we can get in the granular of things. Now, we're going to start with our social media cover strategy. Now, there are a lot of social trends that we follow, and we try to make your particular social media platform a digital storefront. And what I mean by that is when people come to your Facebook page or your LinkedIn page or your Instagram, YouTube, or even your Twitter page, you have to remember that they are coming and they are looking for, they want to know about you, but they're really looking for what you can do for them. And so in our social media cover strategy. What we do here, and I hope you can see this, is a little small, but as you can see, most of the time, businesses either have one image on their Facebook page. They may have another image that look different on their YouTube page, and another image that they don't even have on their Twitter page. So what I am suggesting that you do is you make sure that all of your graphics on all of your social media platforms are consistent. And what I mean by that, you want them to look exactly alike if you can. The other things that you want to do is I'm pulling up, I hope you can see this. You want to, as you can see, this is an example of a business that this is how their Facebook page looks now. But what they're doing is they are literally giving up about 50% of the page, because most of the time when people are looking at your social media page, it makes up 50% of the page. And so if you're just putting your face up there or the name of your company, you're really losing real estate. It's sort of like doing this. It's sort of like putting a billboard up and not saying much. Oh, that's you? Okay. What do you do? What do you want me to do? As you can see, it has no offer. It has no branding. It has no call to action. What do you think about a business that would do that? Kind of think about what you're doing and kind of examine if your actual Facebook page, YouTube banner, LinkedIn banner actually really tells people what to do. Not just what you do, but what you want them to do. Again, here's some of the things people do on Twitter. They'll have their logo, they'll have, a cute little picture, and they'll have some description of what they do. But again, they're losing real estate. It's still taking up 50% of your real estate there. YouTube, sometimes what happens is, and this happens a lot, you'll not have your picture there, or you won't have a consistent picture. On YouTube, that's 30% of your page. So I want you guys to start thinking in three things: percentages, well, most importantly, strategies, percentages, automation. So when you're looking at it, let's dig deeper. This is a before of what most people do. They may have a little bit on there. They may have their logo there. They may even have even more here. But as you can see, they're not really working the real estate like they should. You should make sure you have your brand, but don't just have your brand. Remember I talked about that reputation branding, how it fits into your social? A very smart thing you can do is to have a 5-star review right there, so you gain instant credibility. And then you also have a call to action. What do you want them to do? And then you make sure that those details are reinforced with your email and your phone number. Now, when you don't maximize your social media covers, it's like a big billboard. There's a huge opportunity missed. Be consistent and market your brand with your message across all of your social media. Make sure, just like in here, that everything is consistent across your Facebook, your Twitter, your YouTube, etc. You want to make sure you're creating more authority. And as I mentioned, remember I talked about offers, social offers. Again, you don't just have to enforce your reputation. You can present an offer. Make sure you're doing that. If you have a sale of 40% off, if you have a Black Friday special, make sure you get that in there, right in your Facebook header. Remember, these social covers and platforms are billboards. And if you are not leveraging them, you're leaving a lot on the table, and you're off the table, I should say, and you're missing a lot of opportunity. Now, so that's a quick run of your social cover strategy. Now, as I mentioned, once you're able to get your social platforms consistent, and now that you understand how to use them, now can you see where the branding is coming in? You're reinforcing that brand. Branding is nothing but consistency of a message that relates to a product or service. Because you can have all the branding in the world, but if you are not able to put it in a specific strategy and be consistent, it's just an idea. It's just a slogan. It's just an offer. It's just a logo. Now, once you have your cover consistent, you want to make sure that it's across all of your social media platforms. And one that a lot of people forget is this one here, Google My Business. Now, I can get on a whole class about how to leverage Google and search engine optimization or SEO. I can get into a whole class about how to leverage your LinkedIn or your YouTube or your Twitter or your Instagram or your Facebook. But I'm not going to do that today. I will say this: pay attention and make sure that you are listed in Google My Business. And make sure you are leveraging the imagery in that. And make sure that's consistent with all of your other social media platforms. Now, if at any time you want to talk more about that or how to do that, you can reach me at creativeforceagency.com, or you can just give me a call at 800-315-5598, or my business mobile, which is 911-523-2607. And I will be happy to talk to you a little bit more, because all of these are very surface, but I do want you to understand that this is what it takes. Again, I'm always looking at the big picture. And so one of the things you want to do is continue to update that social cover. And so one of the things, the ways we do it is this. I think my PowerPoint is loading. But we do what we call a 10x social media cover strategy. And each month, or 10 days out of the month, we help you create very strategic strategies that not only appeal to your customer directly for the service that you have, but also keep in mind what's going on. So we might do a New Year's cover, and then And then the next month, we might do something to reinforce your reputation. And then the next month, we may celebrate another holiday. And then the next month, we may give an offer. And then it starts again. Maybe it's another holiday, a reputation, a holiday, an offer, and so forth. And we do that 10 times out of the year. Now, the other 2 months, we're listening. That's the other part of a social media strategy that you have to have. And this is just one part of it. As I mentioned over the big map, this is the social cover strategy. Now, I'm going to stop sharing again for a moment. And I'm going to, are you guys able to see the screen? For some reason, I can't share and see you at the same time. So I want to make sure I come back and kind of look and make sure you're with me and you understand where what I'm talking about. Oh, hi, Vanita. I see Vanita Griffith is here. So it's a little smaller. I'll try to pull it up a little bigger. But if you have any questions, I want you to understand that as we talk about these things in branding and the 4 pillars, I'm going to, I'm okay. I just see you, right. You just see me, I just stopped sharing. I wanted to come back and talk to you all. I'm going to go back to the presentation. I just wanted to reinforce what we were talking about. Now, again, there's 4 pieces of this puzzle. And we talk about reputation, social media, paid traffic, and funnels and automation. Now, we dug a little bit deeper just now in one part of the social media strategy. Now, again, this is a big puzzle. And so I'm going to go back and touch on a few more things. But if you want a really to dig down into all of these strategies one by one, just as I touched a little bit on for social covers, please reach me again at Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com. Now, we're going to go back to the presentation. And if you have any questions, just let me know if you can see me. Dolores, are you saying that you couldn't see my screen the whole time? Or could you see it? Did you all see my screen at all, or were you just seeing me the whole time? Okay, good. So you were able to see me. Okay, great. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. And we're going to talk a little bit about reputation management. Well, let's see. My time is, I guess my time is up. So I'm going to go back to the screen. I'm going to go over those 4 areas again. I hope that you all can, someone, you asked for the contact information. Okay. I will see if someone can put that in the chat. Again, it's Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com, or you can go to creativeforceagency.com and contact me that way. My number is 800-315-5598. Again, that's 800-315-5598. I'm going to share my screen once more. I want you to take a visual picture, even screenshot if you want to, of thinking about those 4 pillars of marketing. And then we'll close with that. Well, I think it closed. Let's do this. Since I have this strategy, and this is one I wanted you all to have something that you could do today. And so I'm charging each of you to update your social media platforms. And remember, you want to be consistent, and you want to make sure that you have a call to action, reinforce your authority with a review or testimonial, and or give value in a special offer. I hope this, guys, help you. Again, the marketing branding strategy is a big puzzle, if you will, that has moving pieces and multiple pieces. But you can start with this strategy and increase your interaction by at least 15 to 20% just by doing this. So thank you all for your time. And I would love to talk to each and every one of you. As a proud speaker of the Black Business Expo, I am personally offering for at least 25 participants a free offer ad. And that's my gift for participating with the Black Business Expo. I thank you for your time, and I'd love to talk to you more. If any of you, again, have any questions, put them in the chat. I'll come back and I will review them, and I will get back to you in answering your questions. I will also, if you want to schedule a free strategy consultation with me, you can do that as well. It's calendly.com/workwithkim. And I'll put all of that in the chat so that you all can do that. Again, thank you for your time. I'm excited to be here. I'm going to get it, and I hope you do too. Thank you. Well, while we wait, I think Dr. Dennis Rogers is, I think, coming on after me. If you would like to, again, you have any questions, share this. This information is something that we all can use. I made a lot of notes from the other speakers before me. And there's just so much, there's a wealth of information. We as a community need to continue to share and, just do things like this. This is my second time speaking at the Expo, and I'm excited to see all of you all. I see the chat is going crazy now, and liking and sharing. Continue to do that as we welcome the next speaker. It looks like, I'm looking in the chat, you guys, and the speaker is getting ready to start. There we go.
You
Hi.
are so efficient that you have us ahead of schedule, actually. You have more time for your presentation. And so I'm not sure if there are any kind of additional points you'd like to make before you depart.
Well, I mean, let's do this. Let's
Okay.
have some fun.
Yes, fun is always good.
Fun is always good. Let's look at if anybody in the group. Let's look in the comments. Anybody in the group have any specific questions that you want to ask me? Anything about the presentation that you might need more questions? I'll be happy to answer them.
I'll ask one while we await their comments. I'll ask the question.
Sure.
Is there such thing as overexposure? Is it better to have 3 or 4 social media platforms in play and for them to be consistent and on point with strategy rather than to have 20 social media platforms in play and for them to be kind of discombobulated?
That's an excellent question. And yes, it's not that it's bad to have many, but ask yourself, how many can you manage?
How many
And
can you manage?
how many can you manage or man? Have people on them managing them for you. Now, I would say this: it's also more important to be strategic with your social media. In that, like I mentioned early in the presentation, it depends on your industry
Right.
because your market may not be there. If you are a business that do B2B, it's going to be very difficult to get traction in a social platform that's designed for social things. What I mean by that, like for instance, if you're doing a lot of B2B, you need to be operating in LinkedIn. That's a business platform. Now, you can be in a social platform like Facebook and interrupt someone's pattern.
Could you give us an example of either a company or a corporation?
Sure, absolutely. For instance, you don't see Duke
I
Energy.
apologize for interrupting you. I wanted to ask an adjacent question, a follow-up question. Could you give us an example of a corporation, a company that gets it right?
Yes. Let's go with UNC Hospitals. They do a lot of social branding, but you don't necessarily see them interrupting your pattern while you are having a social conversation or laughing at Facebook memes. Right?
Interesting.
Now,
Right.
you will see them interrupt your pattern on a social media like YouTube because you may be searching for pain relief.
Mm.
Did I say Duke Hospitals? Yeah. Or you might be searching for because see, the platforms have 2 different personalities, if you will. Facebook
Great
is
point.
one. Facebook is one is for entertainment. In order to get in front of people, it costs more because you're interrupting while they're there. But a platform like YouTube is an intent-based social platform. We know what your intention is because you're searching for that purpose. Or you're looking at that type of video, so we already know your interest. Google search, same kind of thing when we talk about Google
Very
ads.
interesting. Very interesting.
When I'm talking to a client, I'm looking at what type of business you are. You a B2C business? Or you a B2B business? Are you a business that provide direct information? Or is it indirect? Is it entertainment? Or is it pain relief? So not only do you have to look at the amount of social media platforms, you have to look at the type. All shoes don't fit all in this case. And that's another thing when you talk about branding. That's why I talk, when you saw the big map with all those strategies, it's a lot deeper. You dig deeper. I like to call myself a brandologist because I approach it, one shoe don't fit all. That's why I did it like an overall presentation. But if I was talking to you, I would want to sit down directly and understand your business. And then I would prescribe specific social media platforms with specific strategies. What I talked about this morning is a overall thing. That's why I picked one thing that
General.
everybody can do. I did a general kind of, this is what you want to look at,
Yes.
these 4 things. So
Right.
yeah, I hope that helps.
It is extremely helpful. We're open for questions in the chat, but I'd like to ask another question, and that is, you know, we hear Jay-Z, he uses in one of his songs the line, "I'm giving you $1 million worth of game for $9.99." And here are, you know, national insights with us, complimentary at the Black Business USA Business Olympics. And I'd just like to ask, you know, talk to us about the profitability of branding. Why corporations invest so much in making sure they have a brand strategy and that it's consistent, the elements that you talked about today, how this level of investment gives such great returns on the investment. Would you?
Absolutely. Because what happens is, I coined this the Kim method, the keep in mind method. Of course, my name is Kim, so that's why I said that. But the keep in mind method is something I talk about.
And you're a brandologist.
That's it, a brandologist. I'm just prescribing cures. That's all.
Right.
If your branding is sick, call me. But what I want to talk about when he talked about that, what he's talking about is when you give value, right? And that's why he said he's giving all this for this little bit across, because when brand is nothing but trust building. Brand is I'm introducing myself to you. Like I mentioned before, it's like courting. And I know Miss Griffin is going to love this. She does a lot with relationships, but it's a lot like courting. It's when you are dating someone, right? You don't just go say, "Give me a kiss," right? You want them to trust you. You want to take her out, take her to dinner. You want to make sure she knows the gentleman that you are and what you're bringing to the table. Then you might ask her, "Can I hold your hand?" Then you might ask her for a dance. So that is what branding is. And so the more she sees you, the more she likes you. And you're doing the Kim method. You're keeping in mind. You're keeping in mind. You're keeping them in mind. It takes about 7 to 10 times for someone to commit to you, right? When you're talking about branding. So have you ever noticed this? It's in part of that strategy, but when you're retargeting, I don't know if you all have heard that term, retargeting. You ever went on a site and you saw, you clicked a shoe, and then you went to another site and you saw the shoe again, and then you went to another site? That's called retargeting. And what they're doing is rebranding themselves to you over and over again until you're ready to make that commitment.
Right. Well, branding certainly works like advertising works. And Vernita Smith Griffin says, "Love the Kim method." And she also says, "Slow and steady wins the race." I think she was thinking of the tortoise and the hare. And so
That's
branding
right.
is a tortoise strategy, but it gives such great returns ultimately. Listen,
Absolutely.
you have been absolutely phenomenal, and we want to thank you. And just for a third time, because I did listen to your presentation, how in fact can our listeners reach you?
Sure. You can reach me at my website, which is Creative Force
Are we frozen
Agency.
there? Okay. Oh, there we go.
You can reach me at my website, which is Creative Force Agency. You can also reach me at Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com. You can also reach me on LinkedIn at Work with Kim.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope that you have a wonderful day for the balanced day.
Thank you, and have a
Brandologist
great day.
Kimberly McLean. Yes, the brandologist. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Listen,
Bye bye,
everyone.
guys.
As you can see, take care. And see, I'm sitting on working on my tan, right? You see a little moisture on my face because I perspire. But I want to talk to you a bit about self care. As business owners, it's imperative, it's important that we take care of ourselves in the midst of taking care of our clients, taking care of our business, taking care of our paperwork, taking care of our branding, taking care of our fundraisers, our sponsors, and our mentors. Getting sunlight during this period of the COVID pandemic is important for you to have vitamin C in your system. And it's one thing to take the tablets, but it's another thing altogether to sit in the sun and allow the warmth of God's creation to warm your mind, your body, your spirit, your organs, your bones. Please, I encourage you on a beautiful day like today, go out and sit in the sun. Are you exercising? What does your exercise regimen consist of? Are you a walker? Do you walk and talk with your friends? Are you an angler? There's a group of women black out of Durham, North Carolina. They're black business owners and they're anglers. These women go out and catch award-winning marlins in deep sea fishing. Are you doing that for exercise? Do you have a gym membership? Are you a gardener? Do you care for the garden in front of your home, in the back of your home? Do you have a garden space? If you're in an urban dwelling, often they have community gardens where you can go and you can put your fingers in the soil, your hands in the dirt, as they say, and you can literally get exercise bending over while easing your mind of stress. Are you a meditator? Do you meditate? Do you pray? In business environments, we know that some people they begin a business meeting with a prayer, or as one of our speakers said earlier today, they will insert a Bible verse in their presentation. They may not call it, Luke chapter 3, 3:16, but they will in fact insert it into their presentation. What is it that you do to take care of yourself? We know that there are spas around. There's spas in Durham. They're black-owned spas. Spa Utopia. This is a commercial for Spa Utopia, and they're a mobile spa. And they'll come to you, and they'll help get the kinks out of your hair. Get the kink not out of your hair. You have to go are literally live. I'm sweating in the sun, getting my vitamin C while we await the next caller. Let's see. Chat 3, Donald If you have your Donald is here. Wonderful. Are you ready, Donald? We're going to bring up our next presenter live at 11 o'clock. We are on schedule because our brand just got us here, Kimberly, ahead of schedule. Can you hear us? We can't hear you yet.
Let me check. I can hear you just fine.
We see your personal face like Caroline background. We're waiting. There we go. I'm broken up just a little bit.
How about now?
Mr. Donald Thompson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm broadcasting clearly before I get started.
There we go.
We hear you loud and clear, Donald. So whenever you're ready to go, I think that we can go with you. Get ready to go into your presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the clarification. One, it is very humbling and I'm honored to be here with you all today. And so my topic is very focused on selling business ideas. We all have things that we think are ready for market. We have ideas within our corporation that we want our senior leadership to pay attention to. But a lot of times we speak from our perspective without fully understanding the language that leaders need to hear before they're willing to move forward. And so I'm going to pull up a brief presentation. We'll walk through that, and then we'll leave plenty of time for questions and an ongoing discussion. And give me just a second on the technical landscape, and then we'll jump in. So a little bit on my background. Why should you listen to me? I'm the founder of the Diversity Movement, where we focus on diversity, equity, inclusion for enterprise clients. I'm the chairman and CEO of Walk West, a digital consultancy, and we have been part of the Inc. 5000 for 2018, 2019, and 2020. So we're experiencing growth even through the chaos, which we're very humbled and proud of. I'm a contributor to WRAL TechWire, which has close to 300,000 monthly listeners, and also am an entrepreneur from the technology standpoint and do some angel investing. So I have a broad perspective of communicating with all different types and levels of entrepreneurs, executives, and sharing ideas, getting people to move from a behavior standpoint, not just nodding, oh, yes, you have a good idea, but how do we move forward in a manner that makes your ideas shine within the organization? One of the things that's really important as we think about the current state that we're in right now, we've got racial tensions that are as high as they've ever been before. We are working through a global pandemic. We're in the midst of completing one of the most contentious elections really in the history of our country. And so there's a lot going on. And that doesn't even begin to align with this thing called life that we all have to deal with, that is ever changing even in the midst of these pandemics. So here's a couple thoughts that will allow us to have that survive and advance mentality as leaders. And then we're going to dig into some specific examples in terms of sharing ideas. So number one, in this business environment, transparency is everything. When you have to make a tough decision, do so with grace, even if that means there's tough outcomes for people that you're working with or working for. Communication with your stakeholders, employees, investors is critical. And then remaining committed to your external marketing and messaging is very important. As many more of us are at home, the digital footprint, the digital communication is more important than ever before. And your ability to innovate, your ability to pivot what you're doing to what's next is really, really important. As I talk to companies that I work with as an investor, as a board member, one of the things I'm trying to encourage CEOs and entrepreneurs alike to understand is that partnership is the quickest, most effective way to expand your sales and marketing than ever before. You don't want to overinvest in what it takes to acquire new clients. So if you partner with like-minded organizations, like-minded people, you can share the business development and the prospecting load, and you can decrease the time to decision because partners recommend other partners to trusted relationships. And that's very, very important as we're fighting an immense sales cycle and we're trying to figure out how to gain and grow that CEO buy-in. The other thing that I think is really, really important to advance our businesses go forward, and this moves into our construct of selling ideas, is the concept of teach to win and client education. People don't want to be sold to, but they're willing to be educated by experts. And so what we all want to do is make sure that we are known and demonstrate and operate as experts in our chosen field so that we can be a part of the solution, that C-level executive to the problems that they're facing, but we don't come across as just another sales pitch. So now let's talk about selling our business ideas. A couple of things that I ask myself when I'm approaching a business conversation in my preparation, if you will, is why does my idea matter? See, it's not enough that I'm a fan of my idea personally, but why does my idea matter? And why does it matter to the CEO, the business leader, the manager that I'm presenting that idea to? Why does the idea matter now? There's a lot of good ideas, concepts, initiatives, programs that the timing's not quite right. And if my idea is good, if my idea is timely, why am I the one to advise and execute on that idea? I found that if I can answer these questions, I'm going to have a much better conversation, a much more powerful outcome with the executives that I talk with. Most executives are very much like you and I. They're people, and they're motivated by certain pretty consistent things. And when I keep this in mind as I'm sharing ideas and I link my idea to more profitable revenue growth, that seems to resonate with most business people. When I link my ideas to how that organization can create new innovations, new product, new marketing avenues, I tend to get better feedback and better outcomes, or reducing risk, lowering cost, and eliminating pain. So these are the questions, these are the motivations that people are driven by, and we have to keep these in mind more so than how much of a fan we are of our own idea. The other thing that's really important when we talk about innovation, when we talk about selling our ideas, is who else believes in the direction that you're moving. So when I have a new idea, it's more important to test that idea so that when I'm talking with a CEO, I can talk about other industries, other areas that they would respect. Third-party validation. I believe this idea is good because I've talked with 50 organizations that are similar to yours. That evidence gives your audience credibility, gives you credibility with the audience, of why they should listen to you. And one of the beautiful things you can do to test your ideas is to talk to customers, get their feedback, understand their needs. When you're selling an idea, when you're selling a business idea, so to speak, and you're communicating, there's a difference between inside an existing organization, a startup organization, a nonprofit organization. So you have to know your audience so that you can link outcomes to your audience. So for example, in a C-level enterprise, the CEO is going to be thinking about profitable revenue growth, breakthrough innovation, and the cost, just like we discussed. But if you're dealing with a nonprofit organization, they may be more focused on member engagement, member retention, membership education, and training. And so knowing your audience allows you to craft a message that has specific beneficial outcomes based on the work that your target has to get done tomorrow. People appreciate the level of homework you have to do, the level of insight that you bring when you're really looking to help them. And if you're truly looking to help them, then it's not so much selling an idea as much as sharing it. And you don't have to think about closing somebody as much as if I'm thirsty and you have clean, cool jug of water and you're willing to pour me some. I'm going to accept that water because I see, number one, evidence you're drinking it. Number two, you're thoughtful enough to provide me something I need on a hot summer day. And number three, my motivation for my health, for my being cool, for all of those different things aligns with what you're selling me. You're selling me cool water on a hot summer day. And so we got to make sure that when we're pitching somebody, that we're selling them what they need. We're sharing information that they need in a time that they can use it to help their business grow. I'm going to use an example of something in one of my companies that we're launching. So the diversity movement is a DEI consultancy that's backed by a product so that we can scale diversity education to the thousands, to the hundreds of thousands, and hopefully one day millions. We understand as a business that people spend a lot of time with their mobile devices. So what we wanted to do is create powerful visuals to share DEI concepts on a platform, mobile device that people are using, interacting with every day. So our ideas about diversity, equity, inclusion, we think are really powerful. But in order for a powerful idea to scale, to grow, that idea has to be delivered in a pleasing way. That's your visual representation. It has to be presented in a way that it's distributed where people can access it. Most people have access to the Google Play, or they have access to the Apple Store, and they can download our application, get the education from a medium that works for them. The other thing that you can do when you're thinking about sharing ideas and growing your business is that you want to present ideas that other industry leaders in the same space that you're working on with your client, because most people don't want to do things that are radically and totally different. They want to understand business models that other industry leaders are chasing. So in the case of our marketing company that I'm on the board, Walk West, we wanted to disrupt the marketing agency model by offering very short, targeted consulting and training opportunities to help marketing organizations within companies be more productive. So we launched a social media course online, an e-learning course. We launched an opportunity where people could buy things from us like a social media launch plan in a one-stop shop manner, so that we are not viewed just as somebody that delivers services, but we can deliver education to companies that allow them to do their job better. So we took something in the marketing industry, we packaged it differently, and we're now selling that new idea to the marketplace, because a lot of times people don't want to use agencies exclusively. They want their own team to be empowered. And so instead of just using our idea, buy from Walk West, let us build your website, let us do your content, let us make your video, we slowed down and said, wait a minute, what do our customers need to create more profitable revenue growth, innovation, and reduce and lower their costs? So we've incorporated our marketing messaging to address these motivations of the businesses that we communicate with. Let's talk about business impact when you're selling a business idea. Time to market matters. Whether it is doing accounting for someone, whether it is upfitting a new office space for a new company, whether it is building a website, a video, whether it is any other type of training, the speed to which you provide that information, education, and outcome is very, very important, because all buyers want to know the time to value. What's the time from when I procure, when I buy from you, when I buy your idea, when I buy your product, when I buy your service, to the time that I can experience the value? And the closer you can bring in that time to value is going to increase what you can charge for what you do, because the client is going to see revenue growth. The client's going to see cost reduction. The client is going to see improved innovation, improved client happiness. And so we can't only think about doing a good job. We have to think about how quickly and efficiently we can do that job so that we can give the clients the value that they seek under the very stringent time constraints that most people are dealing with in business today. One of the final things that I think about when I'm talking to clients of all different types and sizes, whether it's a Main Street business, a restaurant, a dry cleaners, whether it's a high-tech business like Adobe, IBM, most people want to be a part of a big idea, a big journey where they can make a meaningful impact on the future for their family and the company that they represent. And so one of the things that is very important as we are positioning and marketing in the currency of ideas is that we give people an aspirational vision of why they'll be better off in a significant way by working with our firm in helping their business grow. And so whether you are selling to the CEO, to a manager, to a board of directors, people buy from people that are going to help make their life easier, better off, make more money. And it's our job as representatives of our firm to be good at communicating and establishing not only that big idea, but again, how is that big idea going to help me make money, save money, or give me new innovation that makes me special in the marketplace? Because ultimately, that's what we're all chasing. It's how can we be different, unique, and special in the marketplace? And so as I wind down the kind of the introduction to this topic of selling your business ideas, and we're going to leave plenty of room for question and answer, I wanted to share my openness to continuing the dialogue outside of this session. One, you can visit my website at donaldthompson.com. There's a lot of free information, ebooks, articles. I'm very aware and available very active and available, on LinkedIn. I really enjoy that platform. Facebook and Instagram and all those things have their place, but I think that LinkedIn has stayed very pure to its cause, which is a place for business professionals to network and interact and share ideas. And so I really like LinkedIn for that, and pretty active on that platform. But if I can be helpful, if my team can be helpful, would appreciate it if you'd let us know. We may not respond if you hit me on LinkedIn. It may be a couple days, but I will respond because I enjoy working with, talking to, and supporting dreamers. And you never know if you put a good seed in the ground where that good seed's going to come back up. So I'm going to move from sharing. We're going to open up to a little question and answer, but I will say that I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to spend time with you all to share a little bit on the successes that we've had in business, and that my hope is that some of the nuggets that we shared about sharing business ideas and selling business ideas will help you build that powerful future in spite of this crazy time of election, this crazy pandemic that we're all dealing with, and want everybody to wear their mask, socially distance, and wash your hands. And for the life of me, I have no idea how that became political, but as business people, business owners, as business entrepreneurs and stakeholders, the faster we can move beyond this pandemic, the more likely it will be that we can accelerate our global economy and move forward in a positive way. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the moderators and see how we want to handle question and answer. Here's one that just came up. Awesome. How important do you feel it is to be a LinkedIn influencer? 2.5 years ago, I would say 2 to 3 years ago, I personally started to get pretty serious about leveraging LinkedIn as a platform. I'm on the platform a couple times a day. I make a deliberate effort to produce content that I think would be valuable and helpful based on my expertise in marketing, my expertise in technology, my expertise in business in general. And over that 2-year period of time, as I started to be a giver to the community, I found that the digital networking, the brand building associated with this platform is one of the most productive marketing tools that I've worked on in years. So I'm a big fan of social media brand building as a professional, and LinkedIn in particular, because it's still a platform that is focused on business, on the growth of business. And I think it's really, really important for you to be active there. The other thing that I will say, and I appreciate the question, is some people are afraid of putting content out on LinkedIn and it not being well received, not knowing exactly what to say. I encourage CEOs and leaders that I work with to think about it in a couple of easy steps. Number one, like and comment on things that you genuinely like. That's a first baby step. Just give feedback to content that other people put out there. Super easy. Second thing is share information, articles that you've enjoyed or posts that were meaningful to you. And that way you don't have to think about something slick to say, something super businessy to say. You can simply say, I read this article about compensation in the new economy that I think you all would enjoy. I got a lot out of it and I want to share it with the folks in my network. Easy, simple. People start to know you through your comments, things that you like. People start to know you through the things that you share. And then over time, the third phase is you start to develop a very specific opinion and perspective based on the things that you do in your specific walk, business, experience, and journey. But if you take it across those 3 phases, you don't put so much undue pressure on yourself to be dynamic on LinkedIn on day one. It takes a little bit of time. Great question. Others? Here's the next question. Are face-to-face meetings still the gold standard of establishing business relationships? It's a phenomenal question because we're dealing in a time to where face-to-face is not impossible, but it's more difficult. People are scared. Nobody wants to get sick. Nobody wants to get anybody else sick. I will tell you that you can be productive in new relationships via Zoom and these digital platforms, but you have to practice. You have to have 10, 20, 30 virtual coffees so that you can be comfortable being your full authentic self on camera, which is new to many of us. The second piece is that we are starting to open up, and there are restaurants and coffee shops. There are places that have nice lobbies to where the chairs are 6 feet apart. And if you structure the meeting appropriately for safety and connectivity, you can still use and be very thoughtful but effective in your in-person meetings. So the short answer is certainly in-person meetings are and remain the gold standard. And hopefully with the news of a vaccine that's coming, hopefully with the news that more and more people are wearing their masks, that over time we'll get back to that. But in this digital economy, we have to be more thoughtful in how we use digital tools to build and foster relationships. And we have to be more intentional. And so when I'm reaching out with someone, I will say, I don't say, let's jump on Zoom and have a conversation. I'll say, let's have a virtual cup of coffee and really let's get to know each other. And by the questions that I ask of the person on the line about their family, about their upbringing, about their education, about their perspective, once I get the other person talking and communicating on that personal level, we then can still have very powerful and thoughtful communication, even in this time of COVID, where many things have moved to digital and it's gotten a little bit more tricky to build those powerful relationships. But I think now we can do both, but you got to practice your digital game so that it's still fun, it's still authentic, and not so rigid. And one thing that I will say is actually having a cup of coffee, actually having a beer with somebody, even if you're remote, still breaks the ice and keeps the walls down. Next question. Is it proper business etiquette to ask for an introduction to a potential client via Zoom? Yeah, I think the medium of digital versus in person is not as important as where you are in the relationship with the individual that you're making an ask of. Let me give you a very specific example. So I had someone ask me to do a speaking engagement, and for the most part, these days, I will do maybe a 50-50 balance between for fee and things that I do for free for educational or organizations, nonprofits, things of that nature. And I don't mind having an ask once I've fulfilled what the other person needs of me first. I typically don't like to be the first one to ask for something. I just like to give first. And after I feel like I've given, I think there's more than enough reason and focus to say, here's some things that I need from you that you can help with. I think networking is just that. How do we help one another's business grow? Cocktail party is how's your family, different things like that. And that's okay too. But I think business networking, whether it's in person or whether it's Zoom, is about how we can help one another's business to grow. And I think as long as we focus on that, I think it's good. Somebody popped a question on the screen, but I missed it while I was jabbering. If you wouldn't mind putting that back up there, thank you so much, Veronica. What platforms do we use to provide training and educational opportunities? So there's a couple of them. So we're using, I think it's StreamYard right now for some of the live TV casts, if you will. And we use those in my various companies. We certainly use the Facebook Live elements as well. And then from an e-learning platform standpoint, where we're doing actual courses, we use a platform called Thinkific. And we did a lot of research and we think that one is easy to use. And it works really well in terms of the monitoring and the tracking and the quizzes that we put into a lot of our online content. And so big fan of Thinkific. So to answer the question, we use a lot of the traditional social tools, Facebook, we use Instagram some. But one of the things that I think is important is the platform aligning with the medium, with the audience. Let's see, what is the one thing you wish someone told you when you were starting out in business? It's a great question. There's a couple things. It's not just the one thing, it's a couple things. So the one thing I wish I knew and understood is no matter what industry, how important marketing, messaging, and branding would be, right? Whether you're a plumber, whether you're an engineer, whether you're trying to build the next Google, if people don't know your story and that story is not delivered across the different mediums of marketing, advertising, and communications, you're going to be a step behind or two your competitors. Because if you're not known, then you can't demonstrate your value. Some people get focused on their product is amazing, and I believe them. But if I never heard of them, then it's not likely I'm going to buy from them. And there's so much noise in the marketplace that becoming a thought leader in your space, becoming an expert in your space is so important. And that marketing has to do with company, but also you as a leader within that company. So it's both your marketing for your organization, but also your personal brand as a thought leader in the spaces that you occupy. The second thing that I would say, and that's the first thing that I wish somebody had said. The second thing is how important ownership is in your professional career. Now, what do you mean ownership? Well, you can have ownership if you're a startup founder, so you can own part of the company. You can have ownership if you have stock options as a part of your compensation package. You can have ownership if you own the results and the profit and loss for a department, because now you own the responsibility. Ownership in what you're doing, both responsibility or equity in an organization, is so very important because it gives you the ability to have that complete end responsibility, which allows you to experience leadership tasks, leadership environment, leadership communication and decisions earlier in your career. And so I made it a point as I learned this to only take jobs with people that gave me something I could own. And again, that's not always part of the company equity, and those things are great, love that. But owning the outcome of a P&L aspect of a business so that you can become and learn the many traits of a leader at whatever level you're looking to play at in what you're doing. And it's a great question. But those are a couple things that I wish somebody had told me or I had listened better earlier in my career. Who are some of the business leaders that I admire? So one that I'll share with you, and I also share the book that I'm into right now in a big way. And the book is by Susan Bridges, and it's called Managing Transitions. One of the reasons that I admire this book, the work that their company has done, is that everyone is dealing with change, constant. It is more impactful now than ever before with all the different things we've already talked about. But learning how to truly manage personal and professional transitions is a superpower, because most people can bring their best self to work when things are going good. You're actually looking for people that can perform under duress, that understand how to lead and work through challenging situations and bring other people successfully to a new beginning with them. Another business leader that I admire, it's twofold, but certainly he's very wealthy. But Warren Buffett, not just because he's a multi-billionaire, but in reading the way he thinks about evaluating companies and people that he wants to be in business with is something that over the course of my career, I've watched and I've admired. The fact that his $50 or $100 billion fortune he's given away to charity to ensure that the world is better off than the way that he found it. The ability to place integrity above the bottom line. When was the last time you heard of a Warren Buffett related scandal or issue? It's his advocate of paying his fair share in taxes, even though he's a multi-billionaire and he could hire the best accountants in the world to get him out of them. I think that you can be wildly successful and also place social good as one of your priorities aligned with your personal financial growth. I think that people can do both. And I think that Warren Buffett is an example there. And I read probably not as much as I used to, but once or twice a year, I'll read his quarterly updates on the various companies in Berkshire Hathaway's holdings. And it's a very good, instructive set of insights on how a multi-billionaire thinks about business, about making decisions, about the economy. And it's kind of a cheat sheet for an MBA, since I don't have one of those. Another business person that I admire that I would share. It's a really, really good question. Let me answer it this way. Let me talk about the character, not any one person, but with this answer, let me talk about the characteristics in leaders that I admire. So I'll change the answer just a little bit. One is that money is a byproduct of the number of people that you help and serve. So I like leaders that are fierce about the financial bottom line, but equally as fierce about the protection and growth of their people. I value leaders based on how much their teams have grown and achieved goals. I'm very proud of the fact that 6 of the people that have worked for me are now CEOs of companies in their own right. I'm excited about that. They did the work, they took the risk, but I had a little bit to do with mentoring them, helping them grow along the way. And I'm cheering for them immensely. And that ability to coach and grow people is what I look for in leaders. People that don't try to take all the credit for the organization's growth, but try to be the light that shines on the success of other people. And the other thing that I admire about leaders is how they navigate through tough and uncertain times and don't allow circumstances to change their behavior. They can keep their true north even under immense duress and stress. And so those are some of the characteristics that I admire. There's a lot of great examples of that in business today, but those are a couple of characteristics. So next question. Is it practical to make Zoom sales calls, or is the phone still the way to go? It's a really, really good question. I tend to ask the person that I'm trying to gain business from or partner with. I think that Zoom, for me personally, I prefer because it gives me the opportunity to see body language, tone a little bit better than simply the phone. I also can understand and see, because I can see the person's expression, if I have and am maintaining their undivided attention. But for me, I like Zoom if I cannot be face-to-face, because I want to be able to look at other buy-in clues as to whether my message and communication style are resonating. And so I think that the video option that is available with Zoom is really powerful for that. And I think that more and more people are getting comfortable with it. And so I personally prefer that over the phone. But I'm still, I still do both. But I spend more of my day than ever before on the digital mediums because it's becoming part of the organizational habit, right, that people have. But I do try to ask people, because sometimes they have preferences. You may catch them where Zoom's inconvenient because they're driving back and forth somewhere based on the time. But they'll do a Zoom call, and then you'll end up seeing them kind of sitting in their car, and they're kind of uncomfortable. Phone would have been better, but you didn't ask them. So I typically just ask folks. And it also gives the opportunity for people that don't feel like they can be fully engaged in your conversation, but they may not be dressed in, business shirt or attire, or kids are running around in the background, different things. So if I give them the option and they say, yeah, let's do a phone call or let's just do voice, I give them the best chance to be most comfortable. And then obviously that creates the best chance for me to win in terms of what I'm trying to accomplish for that communication. It's a great question. All of these are really powerful. So great question. So the question was, on the flip side of the characteristics of what makes a good and strong leader, what are some of the characteristics of bad leaders that you want to run away from, avoid, not duplicate? One is selfishness, right? It's all about them all the time. And it's a blinking light, right? And if you think you're going to change somebody that at their core is selfish, you're just not going to. So that company needs to pay you a bunch of money to put up with that kind of environment and give you a lot of skills and opportunities for your next gig, because it's hard for you to become your full or reach your full potential with a leader that is really just about their own spotlight, their own growth, their own promotion. So number one, people that are selfish. The second thing, and I had to work on this, I still do. So I'm improving, but a lot of times poor leaders are not good communicators of what they expect. And communication is a two-way street. And so one of the things I had to learn over the years is I had to slow down and make sure that if I was delegating a task, if I was giving coaching or critique, that I also provided compliments on things that were working, critique on things that need to be improved, and counsel and support on the way to meet and make those improvements. And so a characteristic of a poor leader is a poor communicator, because then people are always uncertain of what's actually meant. The worst communicators are people that are emotionally up and down and all over the map, because then your team starts to whisper and think, is our manager in a good mood today? Well, your mood as a manager is not the point. You should have a consistent business demeanor in how you work, educate, coach, critique your team, reward your team, so that they're not thinking about your personal, whether you had a good day or not, right? You become that open door to help them be better at work that day. And so I think that selfish, poor communicator, and then the third thing, and I think this is something you got to run away from, is being involved with a leader that has a low expectation of you. The biggest compliment that leaders that have hired me to work for them have ever done for me is believing that I was supposed to do amazing work. Setting and keeping the expectations for my performance very high. And that is one of the most powerful compliments that somebody can give of you. If somebody has a high perspective of what you can do and produce, they're going to give you big jobs, big assignments, big visibility, big opportunity. And so I think it's very, very important to find leaders that believe in the best that you can be versus bad leaders that have a low expectation of who you are. Those are things that are hard to correct. It's hard for a leader to go to leadership training and then believe in his or her people more. And so those are some of the things that I look out for, both in terms of who I partner with, who I would work for if that situation occurred. But more importantly, who's going to be able to get the best results when I'm interviewing CEOs for companies that I may invest in, things of that nature. Very, very good question. How important do you feel it is to have a business degree? It's a good point. Personally, I've been able to succeed. I went to business school at East Carolina University, but I left school at the end of my junior year and started on some business endeavors that I was chasing. And so I think that in today's environment, having a formal degree is always good. It doesn't hurt you. But I don't think you have to have a business degree to be successful in business. I do think you have to be inquisitive. I do think you have to be very open to new ideas, new sources of information for things that you need to learn and come up to speed with. I think that you can learn targeted business information and insights that are directly linked to the goals and aspirations that you have in the industry that you're in. I think that more and more people are focused on the outcome that you produce, more so than just the business school that you went to, whether it is a 4-year degree, whether it is online degree, whether it is community college. I think that most people in business today are focused on what you can do with what you know. And whether you learn that from a classroom, experientially, or both, I think is secondary. Unless, of course, you are going to be a computer scientist or an engineer in the legal profession. There are certain professions where that degree, pedigree, design of education is more important than others. But I think life experience matters. And I think that you can learn the things you need to know if your motivation and your passion is high enough. And so I was very, very fortunate that to be a sales professional, which is where my career started in the technology space. The company, Grant Willard and my mentor and his company, iCube, that hired me based on the skills and the achievement I could deliver and not based on my pedigree. And I think that was very, very important to my ultimate success. And it was a total blessing because 25, 30 years ago, if you didn't have a degree, they would just throw your resume in the trash. But how many people threw my resume in the trash that could have made a lot of money if they would have given me an opportunity to prove my worth versus assuming that I was not a worthwhile candidate because I didn't have a 4-year degree. So what I'd like to do is share a couple of final thoughts. I want to share my appreciation for being invited. I think this is a great forum to share ideas and to help one another grow. I think the questions have been thoughtful and amazing, and I appreciate it. So one of the ways that we can stay in touch, if you go to donaldthompson.com, there's an info page that has contact information that's really easy. I would enjoy and appreciate being connected with each and every one of you on LinkedIn so that we can be a part of one another's network and share ideas, share contacts, share different things to help one another grow. And so I think those are the two ways that I think we can stay in touch. And the final thought as I end this presentation that I would share from a business perspective is be and stay a competitive learner. Keep your mind open to new sources of information, new insights on how you can do better and be better. And don't let the past dictate the amazing future that's in front of all of us. There's some challenges that we're working through, and those challenges are real. But we also have to recognize and acknowledge that we have more opportunity today than at any other time in our history, and we have the personal responsibility to be successful so that we can make the way smoother for those that come behind us, that come after us, not so much behind, but after. And I take that personal responsibility as really a beacon of motivation to make sure I continue to grow, continue to strive, and continue to be a competitive learner. Being a competitive learner keeps me humble, keeps me open, and I've met a lot of tremendously bright, brilliant, successful, wealthy individuals that love to teach. And because I love to learn, we've become great friends. And one of the things that you can gauge in your progress as a business person and as a leader is what level of success have the people attained that listen to your advice and counsel? And so as you grow in your specific area of expertise, make sure that you're looking around and listening and watching, and who's relying on you. And it's a good gauge to understand your level of credibility, your level of results, your level of insight in your particular arena. And the final thing I'll say is there is no downside to sharing. There's no downside to giving. Put as much good seed in the ground that you can, independent of industry, independent of background, because there's just something to be said for being known as somebody that's willing to be helpful, and that being a part of your personal brand. And I've not seen any instance to where being open, being helpful, being a sharer in the marketing space, in the diversity, equity, inclusion space hasn't come back and benefited either me personally, the organizations that I represent, the things that I'm trying to do. And so I try to give the best I can first, and then things have happened pretty good after that. Final thought is thank you for your time. I've enjoyed being with you. And if in the future I can be helpful, please reach out on the platforms that we discussed. Bye for now.
Amazing presentation. Was glad that you did that great job and did an amazing job of presenting. So I know that we're going to be going to Eric, and of course we'll have other folks talking about a lot of things happening in the business community. But I did want to thank you, Donald, for coming on and sharing your wisdom and all about the business community and all of that. So once again, I do want to thank you for doing that, and we look forward to having you possibly come back and do some other presentations and connect with other ways with Eric and the Black Business Expo. And of course, you've done an amazing job here on this Olympics that is going on. This is actually day 2, and we have thoroughly enjoyed having you as a guest on day 2. So once again, I do want to thank you on behalf of Eric for being involved and for giving us a great presentation.
Thank you for having me, and please reach out if I can be of help.